Hello everyone, this is Tornews, and today I'm picking up where I left off in the club meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club, continuing season 2. Just pick up where I left off. This is, part 6 of season 2, so 6 plus 12 is 18, so we're doing episode 18 now. Tensions are high during the club meeting. The student council makes decisions about the club. Ah yes, that's right, Hey, and Dev is here. Burger King ad music. Doki 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 Doki. Sure. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is the midpoint of the season, so I have a feeling something big might happen. I mean, with this is where that infamous cake CG happened at the midpoint of the first season. So, I mean, we have been setting up this. Whatever is happening with the student council, I have a feeling they're going to drop up some kind of bombshell on Monika. Or anyway, maybe whatever tension is building up with Sayori is going to come to a head or something. We'll see, I suppose. Let's start it up. By the way, how's the move going, Dev? You mentioned that you were in the process of moving. Like, are you moving far? I mean. Going well? Cool. I mean, like, don't dox yourself or anything, I'm just curious. Just across town? Okay. I was gonna say, don't say you're moving in with me, that'd be creepy. Anyway, moved all the heavy stuff today? Okay. 15 minutes from old place to new place. Oh, okay. To go from the heat exhaustion? Oh, that doesn't sound good. Dokis, hey, welcome to the stream, BG Sweet. Thanks for stopping by. Oof. Anyway, now I'm resting and watching the old Dokis. Woohoo! Hey, that's a good way to spend your downtime. Anyway, here we go. Club appears to have already started. Oh, we're just skipping the whole day right to the club meeting, or is this a dream sequence? Usually stuff happens earlier in the day in these things. Anyway. Looks like they're taking a break at the moment. Members are talking in a couple of groups in and outside the club room. Everyone seems kind of tense. Which group to look in on? Okay, Yuri and Monika, Sayori and Natsuki, Kenzo and MC. Uh-oh. Shipping of the MCs continues apace. in media's meetings, huh? Yeah. Boys? Maybe we should check in with the boys? Kind of curious about Natsuki. I mean, yesterday's episode ended with Natsuki talking to her sister and giving implications of this hypothetical gender non-specific person that she might theoretically be interested in, and I mean, obviously, I've already mentioned it. I kind of went into the spoiled, that this is building to like a not serious romance kind of thing. I mean, I think it is worth noting. I didn't mention it yesterday, but it is worth noting that. Yeah, I think yesterday's episode was the most openly Natsuki talked about it. Like up till now, it's just been a whole lot of subtext. But she was saying that, hypothetically, this person is very patient. Like her sister came in with, what boy are you interested in? And then Natsuki was like, and then it turned to gender neutral terms. So, like, you kind of... People who can read through between the lines know that she's talking about Yuri. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sort of... What? No. Of course. Is some other patient gender non-specific individual? There have been no indication that Natsuki likes Yuri or vice versa. None. I mean, if I went into this like truly blind, not knowing that was what was coming, like, I mean, the bit where they were talking about, like, the email was talking about sexual orientations, and Natsuki was kind of like, whatever, gender's complicated. I don't know. Nice question. That would have like already kind of raised my eyebrows, you know. You just be backing up on this. Anyway, I'm gonna go with Sayori Natsuki. Natsuki. Sayori. Okay. Holy crap. Like, I know Monika can be kind of prissy, but that was a little much. Oh yeah, and also, as I mentioned, I'm curious about Sayori. What's going on with Sayori too? Sayori's not canon dead. Huh? Canon is an illusion. Anyway. Sayori. What? I was saying, don't you think that was a little much? Oh, yeah, probably, yeah. She's not paying attention. Sorry, I know I'm acting a little weird. I guess I'm just having a kind of a hard brain day. It's tough to remember things through the brain fog. Unfortunately relatable. That was like the main reason I went off my antidepressants. There was that was one of the side effects I didn't like about it. Like it did make my mind feel a bit fuzzy. I found myself like forgetting things that I wouldn't normally forget. It was a bit disconcerting. Like I normally have a really good memory. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, I know it's a thing that happens sometimes for you, but it sure seems to happen a lot recently, and sure does always seem to be aimed at Monika, don't you think? Yeah, probably. I guess she just tends to be the one who's always in front of me when I feel bad. Just... Monika has the disadvantage of being the leader of the club, I guess. That's also relatable for a completely different reason, though. Hey, and Rob's here. Welcome to the stream. Currently gambling clams and Omori. So far, 60,000 clams profit. Cool. Sounds like I have no idea what the currency rates are in that game, but that sounds like a hefty profit. Did you catch that Just Monika? Oh, was there a Just Monika in there? Monika has a disadvantage of being the leader of the club, I guess? I don't know. If there was a Just Monika in there, it totally got by me. Oh, is it just ellipsis, extended ellipsis, and then Monika? Okay, that was that was a very long delayed Just Monika. Separate with ellipsis and no one will notice, yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say, as being the moderator of the DDLC modding community for 3 years, the leadership gets a lot of flack just for being the leadership, like no matter what kind of job they're doing. It's just I don't know. A lot of people just like to direct all their ire at whoever's in charge. Like something's making me if something's making me unhappy, whoever's in charge must be responsible for it, and they don't apply any further thought to it. And they'll give vague instructions like, do something about it, and we're like, do what? I don't know, something, do something about it. You're in charge, you have to do something about it, and like, and like, it's such vague criticisms that they're like you weren't even giving us anything to act on here, like what? You know, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's always like that. Sometimes people have actual criticisms, but a lot of the time, people just have like, it sounds like dismissive and reductive, but a lot of people just have whiny complaints. They don't even know what they're unhappy about, but they want to direct their anger at someone anyway. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Monika has a disadvantage of being the leader of the club, I guess. I mean, that's that's a real phenomenon that occurs. But yeah, considering the way Sayori talked to MC in yesterday's episode, I kind of wonder, like, is Sayori even aware of what is bothering her. It's not. It is so far not clear if she knows. As she's wont to do is telling a persuasive lie. Well, yes. I mean, I get that as well. I mean, she did straight up directly say yesterday that she lied to Yuri and Natsuki. So. Oh well, anyway. You're just the target that always happens to present itself. Is it something that talking about would help? There you go. I mean, I know you have your therapist, and you probably talk about a lot of stuff with MC, but if it's something it would help you to talk about to me about, you can, you know. You should do that. You need the help. You're not strong enough. Keep it together, Sayori. I'll be alright, Natsuki. You're right about Monika, though. What? Like, what is this? What? Suddenly her rain clouds are giving her good advice now? The rain clouds actually get good. Yeah, exactly. This is advice, sort of. Like, good advice for the wrong reasons. Kind of. Anyway. You're right about Monika, though. I was pretty mean to her. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of remembering what I said, and you're right. It was very hurtful. I'll definitely have to apologize. Yeah, probably a pretty good idea, but it's fine, okay? I'm not mad. I'm not, and I'm sure none of the others are mad or upset at you either, even Monika. So don't beat yourself up over it. We all love you no matter what. You know that, right? Yeah. I didn't like that hesitation there. Something because yeah. So he's used to them giving her bad advice, so she does the opposite. Yeah, pretty much. You want to head back now? No, everyone probably needs a little more time to cool down, I think. Why don't we take a trip down to the vending machine? Wait, time to cool down? Did something happen? Did we just have a time skip over something bad happening? Did we have another Tarantino moment where we're doing events out of order? I remember this week or next week is the Raincloud's character transition? Dev, stop spoiling your mod. Yeah, exactly. It's not a spoiler? Well, I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Sugar will make you feel better. How is one person capable of containing so much pure truth? Okay, let's check in with Yuri and Monika. So, I mean, judging from the content of that conversation, Sari just kind of blew up at Monika just now, and what exactly she said it's not clear. You and I have different definitions of spoilers, so it seems. Hasn't happened, probably a spoiler. Yeah, I mean, talking about Raincloud's character transition, that seems like a spoiler. But oh well. Anyway, moving on. I mean, it's different music. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, it is true that like the different people have different definitions of spoilers, and for that matter, there are differing philosophies in general about benefits, drawbacks of spoilers. Like, for example, I mean, like knowing that Natsuri is coming could be a selling point for the mod, you know, for people who like that ship, or people who just you know, like WLW content in general, or you know, LGBT content in general. I want to see that representation. You know, like, but on the other hand, not knowing that's coming could also, you know, heighten the interest and surprise, and make it feel like a better payoff. If you're like, if you have that uncertainty, like is it really going to go there? You know, you know, help just help it build that hype, build that excitement about it, and make it feel like more of a payoff when it, as it plays out, when it plays out. You know, like, and depending on your point of view, like that kind of spoiler could be a good or a bad thing. You know, plus, you know, some people, you know, like like some people like to have certain details spoiled so to help build up that hype of like, oh, I want to see how that scene fits in context with everything else. Uh, whereas some people want to go in completely blind and be like completely surprised and not have any preconceptions about any of it. Um, I'm more myself. I'm more in the latter category. I would rather be completely surprised and not have any preconceptions or like just know any details really if I can help it. I mean, speculating about what's going to happen is part of the fun of it, and that's why I say like when I'm speaking aloud about like what might be happening or what I think is going to happen or whatever, that's not an invitation for anyone to tell me what's going to happen. That's just me like trying to enjoy the speculative aspect of what could be coming. And hey, ProCube is here. Welcome to the stream. People who like Yuri, yeah. Yuri the character or the genre? I'd like to know a general story of a game before I play it. I watch DDLC fully and still enjoy it. Yeah. So Miracle, I am here relatively on time. Same with Amori. It's happened so far. It looks like we had a time jump to the middle of the club meeting. Like it just launched right into the club meeting, and apparently it came right after some kind of blow up that we don't know the details of yet. But Sayori was just Natsuki's just talking to Sayori and saying like, what the hell just happened? Why did you just blow up on Monika? And now we're focusing on Yuri and Monika, and Monika's looking upset. So yeah, some kind of altercation occurred apparently, and I'm sure we're about to find out the details. Maybe we'll get a flashback. I don't know. Now, my view is pretty conservative, saying something weird's going to happen with this character this week, or this character's lying right now, is a spoiler to me, even if just a minor one. Yeah, exactly. No, that's my view. Or if you're telling, or if you tell the player, pay attention to this moment, or this is going to be significant later, or this is foreshadowing. You know, little comments like that. Like some people might not view those as spoilers because you're not giving detailed explanations of what's coming. But they're very leading comments, like telling the person what to think or what to feel, or priming them for stuff. And I just sort of generally feel like I enjoy more. I just enjoy not knowing what's coming or not having those. I keep using the word preconceptions, but it's the word that fits. So yeah, those notions of what's coming. So we had some kind of blow up at Monika, which we did not see. Yeah. Oh hey, and Krilla Ignov is here. Greetings, my refined gentleman. Yes, welcome to the stream. I gotta go in a few minutes, maybe back to catch the end of the stream if it's still going in an hour and a half bouts. Yeah, probably will be. I'll see you later then. BG Sweet. Have a good one. Anyway, moving right along. It's just her depression. It's nothing to do with you, probably just an outburst. It's really hard for her right now. I know it is. And I know she respects you deep down. We all do. You're a great leader and club president, and Yuri, relax. I'm fine. We've talked about this. She's clearly just going through a little bit of a rough emotional patch. And that's fine. I'm fine. Double stutter. Yeah. I understand the psychosocial dynamics in play here perfectly well. You don't need to work yourself up over it. I know. I just... Those are some hurtful words, even given all that. I'm not sure how I would have reacted if I had been you. Well, I'm sure you'd be pretty hurt by it on the inside. But I'm also sure of something else. I think you'd also be strong and wise enough to realize that was what was really happening with your friend, and be able to process your own hurt feelings without hurting anyone else's feelings, while maintaining a strong and steady leadership role, if you follow what I'm saying. I do. Well, I'm glad we have such a strong person as you as club president, Monika. Do you want to go back in now? Or should we wait a bit more? What do you mean, go back in? Wait, are they inside the closet? Or... I mean, Sayori and Natsuki were outside the room in the hallway. Anyway. In just a second. Let's just talk about something else and distract ourselves really quick first. Get our composure back and cool down a little before we go in. Seems wise. And then there's Kenzo and MC. Here we go. Yikes. That was something. Girls, right? Yeah. Sorry, that kind of makes it sound like I was talking bad about Sayori. Or Monika. I didn't mean to. I didn't want you to think. No, it's fine. I get it. Look, Kenzo, I don't want you to feel like you have to be really tense and cautious around me. I know I'm going out with Sayori, and before that she was going out with you, and before that she's my best friend for a million years, but none of that is a problem with me at all if it's not a problem for you. As far as I can tell, you did your best to treat her well and make sure she was okay. That makes you a solid dude in my book, so it's fine. You can relax a little bit. Thanks, man. That actually means a lot to me. You're pretty good at coping with weird feelings and weird situations, dude. It's pretty cool. I've been hanging around with a bunch of girls for a long time. I guess the whole empathy thing is rubbing off on me a little. Still, though, you're a tougher guy than you let on. Get the chicks, man. Get your head song, yeah. I mean, it's the sort of reaction you expect from him at this point. Gender, man. Or how did H. Bummer guy say it? Like, whoa, gender. In that Deus Ex review thing. Gender, I know. I am aware of the irony. Thank you for catching on. Moving right along. You don't get that just by hanging out with girls and talking about books. Well, we've been through a lot of tough stuff together. Yeah, like what? Oh, perfectly realistic. I can barely tell the difference between these two guys. Yeah. Oh, various drama girls, Yeah. I think they'll be alright, Sayori and Monika. That seemed really out of character for both of them. Oh yeah, they'll be fine. Monika's really strong, nothing gets under her skin for very long, she'll be fine. Now Sayori, on the other hand, I am kind of troubled by the way she's been acting. I guess a lot of it has to do with her depression and how she's been working on it recently. She's been working really hard on that recently. you just repeat yourself in 2 consecutive sentences? Oh well. See, nearly slips again. It's been causing her some stress. Yeah, she told me about that during the last school year when you guys were dating. Like I said, Kenzie, don't worry about it. I honestly am not going to be weird about the dating thing, and I don't think anyone else here will be either. So relax, it's cool. Right. Thanks, man. Anyways, I wasn't really sure what she wanted me to do about it. Her depression, that is. It seems like she needed help, but I just didn't know what to say. I felt like a huge jerk. Well, don't take it too hard. She probably did way better than I did when she told me. Message missed? I'm not sure which message you mean. You mean the one that you just said? But oh, you're talking about how I'm not giving them a different enough voice? I'm giving Kenzo a slightly deeper voice, I guess. I'm not really... I don't know. I could probably try to differentiate them better. Oh well. That was also last school year, right at this. That was also last school year, right at the start of the year. I really messed it up. What happened? Well, first I got mad at her. I told her something like I felt betrayed because I'd known her whole life and she never told me. That was not a great reaction. Anyway, then I started mixing her depression with her relationship, and I said a bunch of other stuff, like telling her to trust me and telling her I knew it was best for her. Geez, it was really dumb thinking back on it. Ah, what the heck was I doing? Hey man, it happens. All you can do now is just pick yourself up and brush yourself off, right? Tired of bashing clay with a rolling pin? Okay. Uh, then stop doing that, I guess? Sorry, I feel like I'm missing a reference here. Anyway. It's like my idiot buddy Ryan says. Every time I screw up, either I won't screw up next time, or I'll be choosing to screw up. Although in his case, he sure seems to choose to screw up a lot. Anyway, I know you'll be smarter and tougher after making a mistake, man. Don't sweat it. Thanks, Kenzo. I actually took it as a lesson to be learned. I started studying depression, how it works, what it does. I want to be there for her when she needs me, but I think she needs to be there for herself most of all. And right now, I think she's just having a hard time working on herself so she can be there for herself, if that makes sense at all. Plus plus? Trying to make a gradient? It's taking a while? Okay. I don't know what you mean by making a gradient. Like are you actually working with literal clay in this case? Like, trying to create a certain color of clay? Plus is unintentional? Okay. Anyway. I can be there for stuff that makes sense. Sometimes I get confused in all the talk about feelings. Her therapist said something like, when you rearrange the furniture in your brain, you're bound to find things you had hidden away or something like that. So it's just kind of chaotic time for her. Well, I'm sure it'll be a lot easier for her with you there, my man. Should we round everyone back up and get the club going again? It's been a while. Yeah, it's probably about that time. Do you want to go get Yuri and Monika? And I'll get Sayori and Natsuki? I should probably talk to Sayori a little bit anyway before we start again. Yeah, probably a smart move. Think I should say anything to Monika, or... I mean, you can if you want, but I don't even know what I'd say to her. She kind of lives by her own advice, you know? Yeah, I understand what you mean. She does kind of give off a self-reliant kind of vibe. Exactly. You ever seen a color swatch? I'm trying to make that. Oh, okay. Cool. So, but like, so you actually are doing some sculpting there? I'm curious, what are you making? That sounds neat. Anyway, okay. Everyone, ... MC leans in and whispers to Sayori, go on. Who's that angry look there from Sayori? Sorry, Monika. I said some dumb things. I guess I got carried away in some bad feelings. I'm sorry. That's okay, Sayori. I know I can be very hard to deal with sometimes. You've been going through some very difficult times. Yeah. Let's just move on with club now, shall we? We need to get through our activities today since I have that last meeting with the student council pretty soon afterward. I think it was MC's turn to choose what our free time activity is. So, MC, what'll it be? What'll it be? Okay, sorry, I thought I misread it for a second there. Well, Ken's supposed to be here so we can help him write extra credit English essays, basically, right? So why don't we do that? Then he won't have to work on it later when he gets home. And that's a very sweet idea, MC. Let's do it. Thanks, buddy. That'll save me a lot of time later. No problem. It's been cool having you around the club, Kenzo. You think you're going to stay after you finish your assignment? We'll see. Definitely like to. You guys are a lot of fun to hang out with. And what you think about books and stuff is really cool. It's really interesting how Natsuki has her whole literary manga theory. Making models for Friday Night Funkin' mod. Oh, neat. Okay. Like actual 3D models, like IRL models. That's pretty neat. Anyway. It's not theory. It's proven fact. We'll see. I'm actually not sure if I'll have the time. I'm pretty much completely booked most days, so even if I want to, I'm not sure I'll be able to keep coming or be an official member or whatever, but love it if I could poke my head in now and again to hang out. It's been very educational. I think we'd like to see that as well. But for now, we need to help you write an essay. What's the topic for the first one? Well, there's supposed to be 3 short ones. One is about Ernest Hemingway and his writing style, the next is about James Joyce and his writing style, And the third one is supposed to be a compare and contrast one. What pieces of writing by them are you supposed to be comparing? Well, we read all of The Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway, and we read pieces of Ulysses by Joyce. So that's what we're supposed to be comparing. Old white guy literature. Yeah. I have heard that criticism a fair bit, that um, there's a lot of focus on old white guys in basically in academia in general. There isn't a whole lot of diversity represented in what students learn, and that's really I was going to say colors people's perceptions, and that I just realized that was an unintentional pun. But anyway, moving on. Oh, it's perfectly valid and to be expected for a high school English course. Although James Joyce seems a little advanced, maybe. They are very conventional choices, yes, but it's easy to understand the contrast between them. What would you say, Kenzo, is the general style of Hemingway? He likes to write about nature. A lot of stuff about the internal struggle of the guy who's fishing. That is true, but that is more theme than style. Theme is the kind of things you're writing about in a broad sense. Old Man the Sea is about nature and willpower, for instance. But style is more about how you are doing it. For instance, comparing it to Joyce, would you say Hemingway is easier to read or harder to read? Definitely a lot easier to read. Yeah, this is a little over my head at this point, because I haven't actually read either Hemingway or Joyce myself. I do have a book by James Joyce around here somewhere, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. One of my theater friends gifted it to me like 20 years ago. 25 years ago. When I was new to theater and like doing like little theater shows with theater groups and stuff, and he said to me, "This is a book that any aspiring artist should read," and I never actually got around to reading it. I'm sure it's still on my shelf somewhere. I could find it if I look for it. I don't know. On some level, I guess I regret never having picked it up. I'm curious to know what he meant by that. I don't even know what the book is about. Yeah, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man by James Joyce. I have to... I don't know. Maybe I'll pick it up sometime. Anyway, moving on. And why is that? Be careful here, Kenzo. She's trying to trick you into being a nerd. Well, I'd say he uses punctuation, and everything's not one horrible long run-on sentence. Exactly. Is that... Sorry, referring to... Oh yeah, referring to Hemingway. Yeah, Hemingway has punctuation. Yeah, I mean, I did read the first few pages of the James Joyce book, so yeah, I can understand that. It did, like, the Joyce did feel more like stream of consciousness kind of thing. So lack of punctuation, yeah, that tracks. And leaving aside Joyce, Hemingway writes very short sentences in general, doesn't he? Hang on. Kenzo picks up his copy of The Old Man and the Sea and reads a bit. Yeah, he does. I didn't notice that before. And do you like that or dislike it? I kind of like it compared to Joyce. It does lack a lot of descriptive detail, though, doesn't it? His sentences are so short that it feels like being poked repeatedly. Here he reads from the book. And bed, he thought. Bed is my friend. Just bed, he thought. Bed will be a great thing. It is easy when you are beaten, he thought. I never knew how easy it was, and what beat you, he thought. So many little short sentences. It's very readable, but the rhythm of it is a little irritating to me. Yeah, I get that. And it doesn't have enough long, flowery words in it for you, you big nerd. His style of writing is okay to me. Of course it is. And I suppose you're going to tell us all about how you love James Joyce's style. Actually, nah, I'm not a huge fan. I get why you think I might like it, but it's just too unreadable. It gives you eye strain. I actually really like Joyce. Huh? Why? Don't you think it's hard to read? Yeah, a little. I love the way he writes. The experience of it is really unique and cool. I love being able to hear the direct train of thought of a character just like it would appear in their own head. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, stream of consciousness kind of thing. This, gosh darn it, Yuri. I mean, vindication. The stream of consciousness. Yeah, that. It's very relatable, especially for someone with a messed up head like me. Seeing someone else whose mind is a hot mess is kinda cool. So I like Joyce. And which of them do you like better, Kenza? Which is a better read? Honestly, probably Joyce. Very interesting. Vaguely shocked I didn't drop an introspection joke there. Yeah. Why is that? Not sure. I guess I just like the story better. I guess I understand the whole Battle of Wills of the Sea thing, but Hemingway's just a little dry, you know? Like, all this and the dude's still just sitting on a boat. Now in Ulysses, stuff happens. Not the most interesting stuff for sure, but stuff, complicated people stuff, and the way he tells it is pretty interesting, even if it's hard to read. So I think in the end, what matters most to me is a good story, and Ulysses is just the more interesting story. Very interesting. We were all spending a bunch of time on sentence structure and style, but as Kenzo points out, what matters the most in something like this is the quality of the story. You really like Ulysses better, huh? I kind of preferred the solitary fishing tale. I really liked how it was actually really epic and grand, but in this kind of small, contained way. So are you saying that like all 5 of them, or I guess all 6 of them, have read both books? Yeah, must have been. I don't know. I don't imagine like these are commonly read stories in high school. I mean, or at least I don't know. Maybe they were assigned reading. This is a literature club, yeah. Anyway, you liked Ulysses better too, Sayori? Yeah, I did. Even though Kenzo likes Ulysses better, I kind of think Old Man in the Sea is kind of a book for boys. Sorry. That's an interesting comment. And how do you mean? Well, it's just interesting what they're about. Ulysses is all about people and relationships, which is generally kind of useful. And Old Man in the Sea is about, like, willpower and man struggling with nature. Epic battles! And I think that kind of stuff appeals to boys more. It's just more masculine. So you're saying I'm not that masculine a guy, eh? No, nothing like that. Actually, when I think about it, maybe MC really is more masculine in a lot of ways. What does that mean? Just that kind of thing is more masculine in general? I see. So, the essays, do you need help on structuring them or what to write about? No, actually. Being around you guys and having this discussion kind of jogged my brain about the topic. I think I'm good to just write the essays. Although I'd love it if you guys could look them over once they're done and tell me what you think. Of course. Although I speak for myself, probably everyone else here would help you too, but I will at least. I don't think anyone in the club would say no. Even Natsuki has been culturally improved. What? Improved by getting away from manga? Perish the thought. Anyway, on to poems. We wrote about poignant personal memories. Who wants to go first? By being in the club. Oh, sure. Me. You're awfully excited. I like my poem this week. The Stranger. You shouldn't talk to strangers. They're mysterious and shadowed. They have secrets. Secrets are a terrible addiction. Once you get started, you might not even ever stop. If some alluring stranger lures you in, stories and secrets, forbidden knowledge, worse than drugs to the right mind, the wares of that dark stranger, and, worst of all, is withdrawal. The stranger fades into the night. You're left with possibilities, tantalizing bits and fragments, and never the whole truth. That's what keeps you up at night, wondering how the story ends, when it hasn't been written yet. Secrets are terrible addiction. Interesting. As I guess is Yuri confirmed introvert engaging in people watching and speculating what other people's stories are. That's neat. Well, is kind of an interesting. This is a kind of interesting one. No, you're not going to tell us, but what's it about? I'd say it's mostly about me more than anything. Obviously, I'm not the stranger in the poem, but the poem is about the effect secrets and hidden knowledge has on me, and how much I love it. I see. Kind of reminds me of having a favorite book series, and knowing that somewhere the author has all the spoilers and story in their mind. But you don't get to know it yet, and the suspense is killing you. It's very well written, though, very effective. Thanks. It is kind of like that. I like how this poem has a single rhyme. Was that on purpose? Yeah, I noticed that. I get to know Monica. Yeah. Not at first, but when I looked at it after finishing, I really liked the way it stood out. So I kept it. Good choice. Really pops and gives that bit of emphasis. It's really nice when you write something and it works out great the first time, especially since I never rewrite. You don't? I almost always rewrite. Me too. Almost everything I've ever written in a poem that I thought was good happened after a rewrite. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it in my books. Well, in my opinion. Yeah, I just write whatever. Going over it a second time seems exhausting. Plus, I probably hate what I wrote every single time. Well, I mean, honestly, that's also relatable. I don't know. I do have a bit of a perfectionist streak in stuff that I create, and that's honestly that's just it's held me back more than anything. Like looking back over like schoolwork I've done in the past, like there are plenty of assignments that I did lots of work on them and then didn't hand them in because I wasn't satisfied with them, satisfied enough with them. Like I kind of like really shot myself in the foot a lot when I was in high school. Yeah, like I can sort of relate to Sayori. Like I don't know. There's just that whole notion of wanting to get it perfectly right in the first try and then just not wanting to go back over it. I did that plenty of times in school life. Just writing rough drafts is just sort of unheard of for me, I guess. I'm trying to break away from that, particularly in my my own like my creative projects. Like I keep talking about turquoise on here. Still working progress. I'm so close to finishing the rough draft. By the way, I think one more good writing session and I'll reach the end of it, and then I can go back over it and actually start editing it properly and cleaning everything up. But like I'm trying to get out of that perfectionist mindset. And I'm trying to just stay in the state of mind. It's okay, write anything, write whatever. Just as long as I'm writing something and this thing keeps moving forward, I can clean it up later. So yeah, I mean, like Yuri and Monica's standpoint is what's more relatable to me now. Like yeah, of course you're gonna go back over and edit it, but Sayori's point of view is something like past me would have done. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, probably hate what I wrote every single time. Yeah. Anyway. But everyone here always seems to like what you write just fine, Sayori. That doesn't mean I will. Anyway, here's mine. It's not too hard to figure out. Oh. It's all I ever wanted. It's all I ever dreamed about. Late at night, I used to think about what it would be like and how stupid I was for thinking it. It's how I cheered myself up. It's the happy place I went to. I don't need food if I have it. I don't need drink if I have it. I don't need sleep if I have it. It's the most comfortable bedtime story I've heard 1,000 times. It's a comfortable bedtime story I've heard 1,000 times. I'm just trying to interpret this. Like, is she talking about a literal comfortable bedtime story that she's heard 1,000 times? Like or is it just this generalized feeling of comfort of being in a situation that she's familiar with? Talking about what she's always wanted and what she always comes back to. Like I sort of wonder if she's reflecting on how she was when she was feeling more depressed, and what she wanted when she was in that state, or I don't know. There's a few different angles to come at it to interpret it. I'm just gonna move on. What is? Excuse me. What a sweet poem. I guess you should have seen this coming based on the prompt of a poignant personal memory. It's just so simple and nice. And yet, it still has the characteristic bittersweet Sayori twinge, even if this one is mostly sweet. The lines about not needing food or water or sleep, that is. Those are almost fanatical or obsessive. I am pretty obsessed. Excuse me. It really does feel like all my problems go away, at least for a little while. Well, you're in love. It's perfectly natural. I think my favorite parts are the repetitions. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's just refusing to clear at the moment. I think my favorite parts are the repetitions. They really drive home that this person is all I can think about feeling. Oh, okay, she's. I guess she was talking about her feelings for MC then, I guess. Anyway, it's kind of funny. When I was writing this poem, I kept wanting to make it sound like one of yours. One of mine? Which one? I don't remember exactly what the name of it was, but it's the one where you kept repeating because you, because you, because you. When did Sayori see that poem? I mean, does that mean she did the Natsuki route when she played the game? World's sweetest poem, by the way. I don't know. I really like that because you poem. I just found it really unexpectedly disarming the first time I read it. You know, like I mean, like my first time playing DDLC, I didn't like Natsuki much. She just seemed rude and annoying, and I just like whatever. And then a second playthrough of the game, I did a second playthrough when I was writing my first mod TLC, and I wanted to play all the routes and all the different combinations to get a feeling for all of the different characters so I could write them as authentically as possible. And playing the Natsuki route for the first time was kind of like, like at first I'm like, what do people see in her? And then you got to that first CG, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's cute. I get it, I guess. And then we got to the because you poem, and I'm like, oof. And it's just like, it's so sweet. Eagles can fly as a true master. Haha, yeah. My favorite base game poem. Not sure if you're. How's it go? Sorry. At first glance, when you said "Eagles can fly" as a true masterwork, I thought maybe you were being sarcastic. One of your favorite base game poems. Okay, maybe you are being serious with that. Genuinely like "Eagles can fly." Okay, fair enough. I'm glad I made the callback to it at the end of Storm then. It's short, punchy, and highly effective. Tips pieces again. Yeah. It's funny you say that. I mean, it does. Like at first glance, Eagles Can Fly. It does come across just like this really silly, cutesy thing. Like it does take a second reading and like some thought to really get anything out of it. I don't know, in my view anyway. People can try, but that's about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you got a great line, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. I like the Because You poem. Anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, that one is actually just called Because You, and not my best work. Super cheesy. I didn't completely understand it before, but now I do. It is about MC, right? Yeah. I think it's mushy, but really good. Like, it's mushy in the way that makes you want to root for a couple. I don't know how to put it. Like, if something is mushy but fake, it's just gross. But if it's mushy and sincere, then the mushiness just makes it better. Does that make sense? It definitely does. I think that's really smart, Kenzo, and yeah, I agree. Wait, what did you think, MC? Well, yes, I noticed the focus change fail there. uh, okay, moving on. I'm not exactly sure how to put it, but I really think you're some kind of genius or something when it comes to poetry. Every week you turn up pure brilliance. I don't know, maybe it's me being blinded by love. Isn't it? She is consistently excellent. Well, yeah, there you go then. You're a brilliant poet, my dear, and no, my dear, no amount of blushing will save you from the praise you so richly deserve. Thanks? You should go next. It's not fair to make me stand here forever and make me feel embarrassed. My dear, yeah. For some reason this gave me an idea that take the poems of the game and turn them into an album similar in vibe to Kid A Amnesiac. He's trying out different pet names, huh? Yeah. Alright, but it won't save you from blushing because I wrote about you, of course. Full of everything. The last normal day, I wake up feeling irritated, tired, dull, bland, like a blank page with no pen, like a ship with no wind. Then she found me, took me by the hand. She knew what was best for me. She always does. She knew it was best for me. That's turn things around from when he was saying he knows what's best for her. Anyway, what then the world explodes with colors and friends and words. What then the world explodes with grief and anguish and pain. And the world explodes. What then the world explodes. But then the world's still colorful and it's full of things everywhere. And I feel restless and energetic, like a page filled with words, like a ship on the edge of a storm. And it's wonderful. Yaw. But speaking of mushy stuff, colors reference lol. Yeah. Anyway, you guys are pretty adorable, you and Sayori. Sorry about the grief part. Well, first of all, it's not your fault at all, and also the whole thing with you and Sayori, that's not what the grief part was about. Oh, sorry for assuming. Totally cool, natural assumption to make. I think this might be my favorite poem you've ever written, MC. Really? Yeah. I love the way it gets across so much history so succinctly. The repetition of then the world explodes is very clever. And I love the positive yet chaotic sentiment that the poem leaves you with. MC stop for F's sake. Very nice, MC. Great work. Your sense of rhythm and timing has been very sophisticated, MC. Thanks. Of course. It adds much to this poem. If you had just written this poem with no line breaks and without punctuation, it would lose so much of what makes it wonderful. You've clearly been picking up some style choices from Monika. From all of you, really. My poems steal so much stuff I've learned from every one of you, especially Sayori. But you're right, the spacing and timing stuff is definitely something I learned from Monika. Glad you liked it. Good job, MC. You did great. But what I want to hear is, what did Sayori think of it? Well, I take it you liked it? Yeah, but you really give me all the credit for, like, a major life turnaround? Well, yeah, of course. All I did was ask you to join the club. I don't deserve that kind of credit. I seem to recall you being a little more forceful and persuasive than that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's Spooky Waters here. Welcome to the stream. Can't wait for Epiphany Kenzo. Yeah. Keep skirting on the edge of hinting at their secret to Kenzo. Yeah. Well, I've noticed that. Yeah. But yeah, Sayori was a little. You could use the word persuasive. Someone might say manipulative to get him to join. Well, so imagine we're inside a car, but then it turns out to be a model car inside a big real car. It's a kid mode. Whoa. Yeah. Wait, I'm not sure whether to love or hate that idea. Love or dread, rather. Of Epiphany Kenzo? I mean, it's hard to see how he would fit into the club, really. I mean, so far it feels like he hasn't had much to add. You know? It's... I don't know. It's... I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible or anything. It just feels like he's not a very well developed character at the moment. He's just not a literature kind of guy. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. And joining was pretty important, even if it ended up with some unexpected stuff happening. I'm MC Clancy Kenzo. I'm a completely different person now because of you, Sayori, and I'm very grateful. Well, I still have so much more to be grateful to you for. MC and Sayori look at each other. They continue to do so for an awkwardly long period of time. We should probably get on with the rest of the club. No. Keep staring into each other's eyes. This is like crack for me. Okay, and it's getting creepy instead of charming. Natsuki, let's do your poem. Gladly, Chief. Weren't there. You're always there when I need you, every single time. You're always the same. You never look down on me. You always help. You never care that I cry about you not helping. You always just love, always there. Except the one time I needed you most, and you weren't. But you couldn't. I get it. Oof. Weren't there. Now who could she be talking about? I mean, like the first thought is like her sister. The one time I need you most and you weren't, but you couldn't. I get it. I mean, we don't really we don't really know anything about Natsuki's home life. There are indicators that she has a rough time with her dad, but it has so far not been elaborated on. Like, we know that her sister moved out, and I get the definite feeling that Natsuki feels a little envious about the fact that her sister moved out. They obviously, like, they're very close, like, in that they, like, text each other regularly. I don't know if there was some difficulty that caused her to want to move out. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could just as easily be like Natsuki's mom or dad, for that matter. Like we don't really know anything about Natsuki's home life in this club meetings canon. You have very little gore lore. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, it is interesting that, like in yesterday's episode, that Goral was the one that Natsuki turned to ask for advice about how to approach someone that she's thinking that she's maybe likes and thinks that the other person might like her, and so on. Like, rather than anyone else in the club, although or anyone in the in her friend group, like her popular friend group. She was like really evasive when they're asking why she wasn't with anyone. Excuse me. Um, hmm. I mean, she does have that comment in the base game what that like performing her poetry for strangers is easier than for people she knows, and um, you get a definite sense that like on some level it's easier for her to talk about her feelings to people who are disconnected from the situation. I mean, like my yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I sort of get the feeling that Natsuki's family is what this is about. Although, I mean, some part of my brain is thinking, well, maybe it's about Yuri, except that it doesn't completely fit. Particularly the bit about love, I guess. Um, anyway, I'm going to move on. This is a strange sentiment, Natsuki. Is this about any of us? Well, hey, maybe it's my turn to be mysterious and say the poem speaks for itself and you should form your own interpretation. But no, it's not about any of you or the club in general. How strange. It's gotta be about someone or something important to her, though, right? Or someone or something important to you, the reader? Who says it's about me? MC, do you know what this is about? No, I have no idea. It's really stark and bare for a Natsuki poem. It's not like her at all. I have no idea what it could be about. Huh. Now I'm kind of curious to hear what it is. Usually Natsuki poems aren't super secret. Well, this one is. You guys are just going to have to figure it out on your own. Only someone really understood Natsuki? Anyone else have any guesses? Yuri hasn't spoken up. Well, I guess that means... means we should move on to the next... It's clearly about someone very close to her. Someone she feels comfortable relying on. Did Natsuki's eyebrows disappear for a second there? I clicked too quickly to draw attention to it. Oh well. Someone she feels so comfortable relying on that the one time they could not be there for her, it left a mark she'll always remember. No, you saw nothing. Yeah. And it seems that Natsuki doesn't hate the person for not being there then. She still loves and cares deeply for this person. She may not even blame them for their absence that one time, but it still hurts her, blame or no blame. How is that? Pretty close? I'm not going to say. That's a very interesting interpretation, though. Thanks. I guess that just leaves me. J- is it just me? Is that a bleak just Monika line? It doesn't count. Would have fit better if she had said it leaves just me. Anyway, yeah. Fun fact: I try to insert as many uses of the phrase "just me" that Monika says as possible into turquoise. I'm only sort of joking. There is she does have a line "just me" in the demo though. Anyway, moving on. As usual, my poem might be kind of a downer. Sorry if I end things on a low note. The last cupcake. Just let me... Oh no. I already know what this is about. Yeah. Just let me lift up that tinfoil and grab one more for the road. It's my last one, after all. Ever. Just a brief bite. As I alight to a future bright with no one else, my heart skips and I'm full of joy, like skipping along a sidewalk happily, crushing flowers under your feet, heedless, casual and carefree, like the last bite before you leave a restaurant, and not the last memory of a lost friend, gone. Oof. So yeah, I mean, I mean, it's base game end of Act 2. Monica has like immediately after deleting Yuri and Natsuki, she has one last cupcake before she deletes everything. um, so like yeah, there's sort of bitterest of bittersweet kind of thing, like full of joy because this is the moment where she just kind of spills her guts, reveals everything that's going on, and her love for the player and all that. But at the same time, it's the moment where she finally like just killed off all her friends. Yay, one DDLC. Haha, yeah, exactly. Hey, first time chatter. Welcome to the stream, Sesolol. Oh, how'd you find your way here? I'm curious. You don't have to answer that. I'm just curious. But welcome to the stream. We're playing the club meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. This is a poem from Monika, which appears to be about the last moments of the of Act 2 of the original game. No. The club glances around awkwardly after reading Monika's poem. Oh, uh-oh. Sayori looks pissed. I mean, after the blow up earlier. I was looking for people playing this dead game, Lamau. Okay. OMG's at the MC. That is indeed the MC. He is a recurring character in this mod. Yeah, this mod, it takes place after the original game. Basically, the idea is Monika brought everyone back, and everyone's aware that's a game. They're aware of everything that happened in the original game across all 4 acts, and they're just trying to just try to live their lives again, dealing with that trauma and baggage of everything that happened there, and still attending literature club and writing poems and stuff. Just a little bit of plot to catch up on, just a tad. Yeah, we're halfway through the thing. I mean, it was released episodically. It's very long. There are 36 episodes so far. I'm on episode, was this 16? No, it was 18. Episode 18. So we're like at the halfway point here. Huh. But yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion we're about to get a blow up from Sayori here. This is Monika writing a poem about her delight at the moment that she killed all her friends. Oh boy. Like to see a mod where the game doesn't reset after Sayori commits suicide? I do believe there is a mod like that. Maybe a couple mods now I think about it. I think there's one called After Sayori, which is about like dealing with the fallout after her suicide. The other one has been made actually, yeah. Some killer Sayori expressions this episode. Yeah. CDLC is going to be hard to find something that hasn't been made. Yeah, there are a couple hundred mods out there. There are quite a lot of them. So there's kind of something for everybody there. Anyway, let's move on here. The club glanced around awkwardly after reading Monika's poem. Man, I have no idea what this one could be about. Oh yeah, and there's another character visiting the club named Kenzo. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff has happened. Kenzo is another student who has no idea what's going on, but is visiting the club today. So he has no idea what went down. Anyway. Is the cupcake like a metaphor for something? But what would a cupcake be a metaphor for? Friendship, essentially. The wonderful things about your friends that you enjoy. So it's about losing friends, I guess. But you seem really callous and nonchalant about it. Yeah, that's basically what the poem's about, that callous and caring feeling. And what is it about this memory that makes it poignant for you? I just remember that feeling of carelessness, and at the time it seemed so natural, but now that I think about it, it's horrifying. I have no idea how I could have felt that way. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing a monster. Anyway, that's the poignant part. Broke Sayori after story, woke after Sayori story. Yeah. There actually is a mod called Sayori After Story, which it's it's kind of a troll mod. It's like it bills itself as like the answer to to Monica After Story, but it just berates the player for I don't know. It's just I don't agree with it. It berates the player for not creating a Sayori After Story mod sooner, saying like, "How could you be so horrible to her?" And talking about the horrible suffering she must have gone through, and it's like it's just a whole lot of weird guilt tripping. The actual Sayori After Story mod where you spend time with Sayori in the space room is called Forever and Ever. So yeah, if you're looking for a mod where where you get to spend time with Sayori and stuff, that's the one you want to look for. But yeah. Broke after Sayori woke after Act 2 story? Have you played Doki Doki New Eyes or Doki Doki Ring Clouds? They are both amazing mods by the same developer. I have indeed played both of them, and I've talked about them at length on these streams. I actually I streamed New Eyes. In fact, you can find the VODs for that on my YouTube channel, which I think they're links to my YouTube channel on my Twitch channel. I'm not 100% sure actually, but yeah, I played them. They were very good for their time when they were originally written 5 years ago. They've been largely eclipsed by better content since then, in my opinion. Sorry, I don't mean to dump all over them or anything, but yeah, I'm not crazy about them presently. I mean, at the time when I played Rain Clouds, I said honestly that it was like one of the best mods out there. But at that time, 5 years ago, there were very few mods out there. There are a lot better mods out there now. And Rain Clouds actually, it actually has a lot of problems, and just like with the benefit of hindsight, looking back, I mean. Haven't finished New Eyes, but I'm at the part where Yuri meets Monica and she was testing something. Yeah, very ominous behavior from Monica there. Yeah, I recall. Is that's pre-Act 2, right? So you're still still early-ish, I think. But yeah. Okay, like very briefly, like my opinion of Rain Clouds is it feels like a rough draft. Like it feels like it's full of missed opportunities. The biggest problem I have with it is that it's copy, like obviously it's copy paste of like vanilla DDLC with Sayori's reactions to it along the way, but it alternates perfectly between vanilla DDLC line, and this is why I feel sad about it. Vanilla DDLC line. This is why I feel sad about it. Vanilla DDLC line. This is why I feel sad about it. Over and over again for hours. For hours. It is so clunky. It just goes ka-clunk, ka-clunk, ka-clunk. It's just like it's hard for the story to get any momentum. When the scenes where Sayori's alone, it's way better. Like I would be happier with a story that was just all the Sayori alone parts, you know? Whenever the developer of that mod gets away from the canon lines and starts letting it become its own thing, it becomes much better. But so much of it is just ka-clunk, ka-clunk, ka-clunk all the way through, and it's annoying. So you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be mean to the developer about the mod or anything, but that's what it feels like. Ending of Doki Doki Do Lift Club is something I find kind of cool. I remember that one. That was a fun one. Yeah, I haven't played that one in forever. That was another one of the earliest mods. That came out before Rain Clouds. Ka-clunk, 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 Doki Doki Battle.net Club. Or they're like cyber demon sounds. Whoosh doom, whoosh doom, whoosh doom. I don't know why, but I feel like Monika making the game is kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah, New Eyes on the other hand, I feel like it handled that whole situation better than Rain Clouds did, but I still feel like it could have done more to spice things up. Like it took steps in the right direction. I still feel like it didn't take enough steps. You know, it still feels like whenever it gets to the club scenes, wherever it's showing like vanilla dialogue, it feels like it's really dragging. And again, missed opportunities. Like there were opportunities in there to spice things up. Now, on the other hand, and here's where I put out a totally shameless self-plug, I also wrote a Yuri point of view mod, which does the same thing that New Eyes did, only in my not so humble opinion, did it better. You know, like, I mean, I wrote it the way I wanted to write it, and I did in my completely biased view, I believe I did a better job of spicing up what would have been the boring parts. So, only better. He said it. Oh, exactly. Yuri's relationship with Natsuki in New Eyes. Kind of confusing because Natsuki, I've always tried to be friendly. Yes, thank you. That was the other problem I had with it. I'm glad you said it, so I didn't have to say it. But no, that's the other problem with it. It plagues both Rain Clouds in New and New Eyes, is that Sukadev, the developer, he's trying to tell his own story. Cool, fine, fair enough. But then his own story doesn't line up with the vanilla dialogue. But then he tries to splice them together, and then they don't fit. Because the original game is full of indications that they never talk to each other, and then Sukadev's part of it tries to make it out like they've been friends for a long time and meet each other outside of school all the time, and like Natsuki knows Yuri's parents, and you know, and it's like if and you know what, if it's a mod, it's allowed to be different. Like if Sukadev wants to tell a story about Yuri and Natsuki being friends, that's cool, that's fine, but it makes it weird when he tries to awkwardly splice it together with the original game and then they don't fit, you know? It makes it feel weird. And yes, it's confusing. It's like I think if Sukadev had written his own story, which just like completely excised the original content and allowed it to be its own thing, I think it would have been a more interesting and more compelling story, in my opinion. Like, you know, his style of writing is fine. It stands alone. It stands alone fine if it's able to stand alone. But trying to splice it together with the other stuff makes it not work as well. In my opinion. Storm deserves top of all on RCTC mods now. Yeah, oh yeah, that's Doki Doki Storm is the name of my mod, my Yuri point of view mod. I released it a couple years ago. Well, actually 3 years ago now. Almost 3 years. In 2 months it'll be 3 years. We're heading to an anniversary here. No, the DDLC Plus wasn't out when the mod released, but Natsuki literally says in the OG game that Yuri isn't a friend. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you know that's why I tried to, you know, build on that in Storm. In Storm, I depict their developing relationship. You know, their developing friendship. How they start as enemies and fighting at each other's throats, and then gradually, you know, come to some sort of understanding, and you know, spend more time together. Um, and I'm pretty happy with how I portrayed Yuri's and Natsuki's developing friendship. And so you could have tried to have it with, oh, they've always been friends, and it doesn't fit, you know? Yeah. I feel like Storm is a more fitting name for a Sayori POV mod. Lol. Funny you say that. Part of the reason I called it Storm was because Rain Clouds had just come out, and like I don't know, it sort of served as an inspiration. I mean, like what when like again, Rain Clouds is one of the earliest mods ever made, and when I played it, it was like, this is so cool. I wish I'd thought of that. This whole notion of writing a story from one of the other characters' point of view. This is a fantastic idea. And then I started writing. I started writing Storm. I mean, like, I just got this idea of because Yuri's mind is always active. That I figured, there's a storm of activity in there. So Storm seemed like a fitting title for it. And Yuri's, I wanted to write from Yuri's point of view because Yuri is the character I most identify with. Um, and excuse me. Do 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 do. Natsuki never says anything she lies to herself about. Why name this mod Club Meetings, you ask? That's a great question. I was in Rangoon 963, and then I decided, well, the club meets in it? What? That seems to be a reference I'm not getting. Game does love weather metaphors in general. Well, what I've heard of Doki Doki Blue Skies is traumatizing them now. Yeah, I haven't played Blue Skies. I hear good things about it. I've heard that the bad, like it has like both good and bad endings, and I've heard that the bad endings are really, really bad. So yeah, if it's traumatizing, that tracks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. I need to use the washroom. I'm gonna. I have a feeling. I have a feeling this is about this. Looking at Sari's face here, this might be about to blow up. So I just want to refresh myself before I get into what's next. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Heard there's a sex scene, which is probably more traumatizing than anything in the base game. Oops, wait, no, NSF2, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that too. Yeah, I don't know if they're actually like, if there's actually like nudity in there or anything, but that's what I've heard. The word itself is probably essentially this mod. Thankfully, is a wholesome Christian mod fit for the whole family. Still not risking it till now. Okay. Haven't seen manual moderation here in several months. You're fine. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, all right. Let's move on. Here we go. Anyway, yeah, that's the poignant part. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, they can't speak freely about what the poem is about because Kenzo's in the room. So how are they going to handle this here? Well, bad cupcakes are such a touching subject for you. Perhaps we ought to explore this very fascinating topic with further poems. It's a pretty sad poem, Monika. From a structure perspective, I like the little parentheticals at the end of most of the stanzas. Yeah. It's like your carefree self is writing the normal stanzas, but the self that is looking back and judging is writing the caustic parentheticals? Yeah, exactly. Hey! A Charizard is raiding! Hey, welcome to the stream! Thank you for the raid, a Charizard! Hey! How did your stream go? You're still playing Final Fantasy 16, right? I'm presuming? How's that going for you? Well, I'm Tormuse. I'm right now playing a mod for. Hey, 8-Bit Basement, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yes, sir, I'm pretty good. Cool. Yeah. As I was going to say, right now I'm playing a mod for Doki Doki Literature Club, a very well written mod. I actually have the developer in chat there. You can say hi there, Doki Doki Club meetings. Yeah. It's you got here at an auspicious moment. I have a feeling crap's about to hit a fan here because oh geez, how do I even explain what's happening right now? I don't know. I don't even know if you're familiar with Doki Doki Literature Club. It's a whole lot of. I mean, I guess there's no way to explain what's happening in this scene without like spoiling the heck out of the original game. Need some kind of long plot summary, yeah. Wait a second, you made the mod? Yeah, Dev made the mod. I mean, the person whose username is Doki Doki Club Meetings is the author of this mod, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna spoil the heck out of Doki Doki Literature Club now for anyone who's uninitiated at this point, I guess. The original plot of the game is that Monika, this character, I mean, it's ostensibly a dating simulator, but a guy who joins a literature club in high school to meet girls, and Monika, this character here, realizes that it's a work of fiction, that this is all just a game, and she starts murdering everyone in hopes of drawing the player's attention to herself. Which is kind of horrible, and then the game starts breaking down because it doesn't know how to deal with the dead characters in the dating simulator, and that's so there's this so it's kind of about Monika dealing with the existential dread of realizing that she's a work of fiction, and also just like kind of a horror game about people dying and mysterious things happening, and like it's kind of an experience of like what the F is going on. And the plot of this mod is that Monica realized the error of her ways, and she brought everyone back. Like she regrets everything that she did to everyone, and they're trying to carry on having meetings as the literature club, while knowing full well everything that went on, and that it's not really a dating simulator. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's dressed up to look like a dating simulator, but not really. It's but yeah. So yeah, at this point, there have been some negative feelings brewing from Sayori's direction. This character here, she's mad at Monika for some reason that's not entirely clear. Maybe related to the way Monika treated her in the original game. Sayori is also like suicidally depressed, and she's on antidepressants, so it's giving her mood swings. So like you get this definite feeling that there's something's brewing here, and how much I knew, yeah. But by the way, Ash, I'm still working on my mod where Monika and Sayori are in a romantic relationship. I'm very close. Like one more good writing session, I should be able to finish the rough draft of that, and then I'll be able to really like get into editing it and posing it and coding it in, and I think that'll be a really important step. I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's going to be really good. Yeah, that's work in progress, coming soon-ish. Hopefully this year, sometime this year. I feel pretty safe in saying it'll probably come out sometime this year. I mean, we're only halfway through. Well, okay, July 23, more than halfway through the year, I guess. But I'm 15 a.m. and it finally made a program to auto gambling. Cool, sure. Doki Doki, seriously one of my favorite games. It's one of those games, kind of like Undertale, that you can just tell that it was made with love. Yeah. Funny, yeah. It's funny you say it like that. When I get the definite feeling Dan Salvato, the author of DDLC, is kind of embarrassed about his game somewhat. He didn't expect it to take off the way it did, and it kind of overshadowed the other projects that he actually wanted to work on. You know, that whole Project Libitina business, which I think I feel pretty safe in saying he's still working on that. I mean, there were indicators in DDLC Plus that he's working on it, so probably someday that's going to come out. But yeah. Anyway. Monika just wrote a poem. It was about the reflecting on the happy feeling she had when she finally deleted all of her friends, because happy because she thought she was finally going to interact directly with the player, and finally actually have a connection with the real world, because she's obsessed. She became obsessed with the idea of getting out of this work of fiction that she's in. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on and resume reading. Hold on, wait, one more comment here. All Dance other games are going to be known as DDLC sequels or DDLC games, even though they have nothing to do with DDLC element. Yeah, I think I get the definite feeling he's not exactly happy about that. Oh hey, Basement Child, welcome to the stream. How's it going? But oh well, it is what it is. Anyway, moving on. Self is looking back and judging is writing the caustic parentheticals. Caustic? Are you also getting infected with pretentious word syndrome? I didn't think caustic was that weird a word. Well, I'll give you a pass this time. But you have been warned. You are at 25% of a full Yuri. It's going good. I saw the Barbie movie. Oh yeah. I haven't seen Barbie yet, but I'm thinking I might see it in the next couple of days. I've heard enough good. I wasn't even really planning to see it, but I've heard enough good stuff about it that okay, fine. I guess I better check it out. Yeah, how was it? How was it though? Excuse me. I'm doing too much talking. Need more water. Really good. You saw it on Friday. Oh, cool. How was it, Ash? Really good? Cool. Awesome. All right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, moving on. You have been warned. You are at 25% of a full Yuri. Anyway, Sayori, what do you think? Uh-oh. I think it's time to move on to the next thing we were going to do. Oh, okay. I thought maybe Sayori was going to have a blow-up moment. Maybe not. Has delayed my country? Aw. Oh no, apparently you're missing out. Next, Kenzo is not an official club event, but you can stay if you want. Oh yeah, and Kenzo is someone who just visited, because the plot for this mod is that they're in a simulated school environment, so there still are like teachers and students and stuff, and Kenzo he's not a character from the original DDLC. He's just visiting. He's just visiting the club today, so he actually has no clue what's going on. He does not know anything about the nature of the world and so on. Anyway, moving on. It's not an official club event, but you can stay if you want. But we were going to analyze ancient Roman poetry about agriculture and search it for themes. She trying to shoo him away. So, feel free to go if you want. It's totally an optional thing we do, but also feel free to stick around and learn about ancient Roman agricultural poetry. It's super interesting. And that's okay. I should probably get started on my essays while my conversation with you guys is still fresh in my mind. Oh, good thinking. Very responsible of you. Well, I guess we'll see you after the break then. Yeah, assuming I haven't finished with my essays by then. See you guys around. Well played, Sayori. Kenzo staring to his soul kind of like Monika? Sure. It's really staring to himself if they're not entirely turned towards the camera. Yeah, turning towards the camera is kind of Monika's thing. The Kendo pose. Yeah, exactly. It has to be like this. Anyway, moving right along. Okay, he's gone. We can do emails now. Gee, Sayori, we could have just gone to someone's house again to do emails. You didn't need to lie to him like that. This was easier. Plus, I like doing emails here. The rest of the club trades concerned looks. Yeah, Sayori never expressed why she didn't like doing the emails at other people's houses. Anyway, I guess one way or another it's time to do emails. Give us a moment to set up. Okay, I'm going to move the chat box over here. Yeah, this is another thing that happens in this mod. Because this mod was originally released episodically, like once a week, and we're episode 18 now. Dev took it upon themselves to do something I think is totally ridiculous and answer emails from the general public. Have the characters answer the emails in character as themselves. Thank goodness these two emails are better in general. Yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, let's see how this goes. There are some interesting emails among them, so we'll see where this goes. Kind of funny when all of the characters just grow 2 times bigger. Wow. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, we're all set. Just as a reminder, we answer emails every week from you, the viewers in the real world. You can write to me at lip.club.pres.monica@gmail.com if you want to have the club answer your email. We answer as many as we can live in the club, and no matter what happens, you'll always get an answer from me. Recently, we hit a landmark. I've received over 5,000 emails from the real world from you guys. Are you serious, Dev? What did you bring on yourself? Like 5,000? 5,000 emails. That's crazy. Yeah, indeed. I mean, I know you said there was a big response to this, but holy crap. I mean, and I know at this point you were like a year and a half into this or something. Just like 5 to 10 a day for a long time. Yeah. I mean, hopefully most of them are short and they aren't those big, long, multiple-page emails that we saw in the season 1. Oh boy. Like Ash's response. Oh dear. Now you have no idea, Ash. Like some of these people, like with all due respect to them, like I get that it's fun to engage in role play with the characters, but some of these people, I don't think they're aware that it's role play. Like this is some people that go on for pages and pages gushing about how much they love Monica, and I'm like, dude, no disrespect, you need to get out more, you know. uh, and like even Dev like in chat was saying like, no, don't read the whole thing, and like and I'm like, no, you put this in the mod, you made me read it, I'm gonna read the whole thing. uh, Varies pretty well, about 66% 2 sentence emails. Most of the rest of that 33% is the big old ones. Oh no. Oh no. 33% out of 5,000. That means they're well over 1,000 emails that were multiple pages. That's crazy. I cannot believe that you chose to undertake this. I mean, I know you have someone screening the emails for you, but it's like, wow. I like. I mean, clearly it's become a staple of this mod, but like, I can't believe you put yourself through this. Not all the long ones are cringe fests. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Definitely got to increase Monica's pay, yeah. That is just, wow, okay, cool. I have several questions for each character, yeah. But are you still doing it? Just don't worry, I won't email, just curious. I am, we are currently between seasons, yeah. Episode 36 was the last released episode, which means Tormuse is halfway done with club meetings to date after this episode. Yeah, exactly. Also, the viewer interaction has led to me having some cool friends I would not have otherwise made. Hey, that's very cool. Because people emailed Monica and went to the Discord, etc. Very cool, very cool. Anyway, moving on. All right, 5,000 emails, crazy. But oh yeah, sorry. Need to put this in perspective. This episode we're reading right now is 18 out of so far 36 out of an intended 48. So 5,000 emails as of episode 18. So I can only imagine by episode 36, you probably, I expect that numbers increase exponentially. You probably have tens of thousands of emails, which again, I mean, you know, hats off to you for putting yourself through that, I guess. You're a real trooper to have stuck this out this long. No one tell them about season 4? Oh no, I don't know what you mean by that. Some of the later episodes are pretty long, twice as long as these episodes. Oh really? Episode length has crept up steadily? Oh no. Proportionally, maybe still less than half. Alright, well, I mean, I committed myself to, I said at the beginning, like, part of the reason I put off playing this mod because it looks so daunting because it's so long, like, what, 36 episodes? But I'm gonna do it. I committed myself to it. I'm gonna get through this thing. Okay, here we go. It's gonna take longer if I keep going on tangents like this, darn it. Season 2 extras in the collection take much longer to get through than Season 1's? Oh no. Due to one piece of content in particular? Oh no. Extra 2 season question? Well, we'll see. Anyway. Okay, moving on. Thank you so much for writing to us. It means so much to us. And me in particular. So keep those emails coming. Well, without further ado, let's get to it. Bring up the first email. Sayori, how have you been lately? Everything with MC going well. I'm having trouble thinking of a question for you. Apologies. So, if you eat a cinnamon bun, would that, like, classify you as a cannibal or not? Let's see. These weren't all sent to us by Connor, who has... These were all sent to us by Connor, who has written down before. The first part is Sayori. Hi, Connor. I'm doing alright. I think. Things with MC are going really well, though. I never knew he could be so sweet before he started going out. He's so shy, though. Anyway, I actually have eaten my fair share of cinnamon buns. More than your fair share. But I don't think that makes me a cannibal. I mean, I'm not literally a cinnamon bun, right? I mean, I guess I have a hard time understanding what I actually am, like in simulation and stuff, but I don't think it's an actual cinnamon bun. You're thinking about it too hard, Sayori. Yeah, probably. No, it is not cannibalism for me to eat a cinnamon bun. Let's see Connor's next question. Oh, chat is still active here. Another one of those longer episodes are bangers, though? Genuinely very interested in this mod. Yeah, it's a good mod. Check it out for sure. Let me know if you want a link to it, Sesso. I believe in you. I'm gonna head to bed. Oh, I believe in you. I'm gonna head to bed. I had a pretty long day. Well, yeah, you have a good night, Ash. Again, thank you for the raid. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. LMK. Oh, it means let me know. And everyone genuinely do. I might play it. Night. Yeah. Season 1 collection. Yep. There you go. There you go. That's and you might as well post the Season 2 collection link in there as well, I suppose, since I'm into Season 2. Anyway, moving on. Let's see Connor's next question. Oh no. It's a paragraph. Monika, help me out here, because I'm very logically confused. I'm gonna try and make sense of this through a question, and I hope you can help me out. How does your world setup work in regards to reaching out to the public? When I visit you guys every Wednesday, it seems as though everything that happens in your world happens on my computer, yet all of a sudden the email portion of the club starts and my whole perception of what's going on shifts, and my immersion breaks, which then makes me believe that you guys record everything that happened live on a central hub and allow people to download and or see what happens that day. It seems as the more logical option, but then how can you explain dialogue options? It is very confusing and doesn't make sense to me, immersion-wise. I mean, hey, fair point. It's, yeah. It does break down logically a bit there. All the events that lead up to the club seem to revolve around the idea that everything that happens is on the individual player's computer, but it changes. How can something in this context be both private to one person, yet public to everyone at the same time? Is there some kind of behind-the-scenes thing that happens right before setting up emails? Uh-oh. Oh no, his immersion, yeah. Oh, we're getting into the deep lore. We're getting some real world building here. How does the world work? this in-game simulated world here. See if these individual episodes are released, but the collection isn't done yet. Yeah. Do you not think this chat is your way of giving your opinion of these images? LMAO? Yeah. I'm not sure how to explain it. I experience you, the player, as being present when we are playing the game. I can feel you there. And we can also access your internet, which is where I get the emails from. But as to your question as to how it can be both private and public simultaneously, it just is both. There are as many iterations of us as there are copies of us distributed across the internet, and we experience whatever you have seen or gone through with us. Probably on different computers, we have different experiences, but also I know it's possible for us to have memories of the conflicting versions of events. Like, for instance, MC separately remembers all the possible routes and endings from the original game as being true. So it's hard for me to answer your question because I can't even be sure my own memories are real. Even of things that have happened since you arrived. It's kind of disorienting, and it may cause existential panic and a freak-out reaction in some, but eventually you learn to just kind of roll with it and life starts to seem normal-ish. I hope that answered your question. Well, there you go. Just sort of answered it with a non-answer. Like, it's kind of like like he came into it saying, yeah, this is pretty confusing, and Monika responds with it like, yeah, it is pretty confusing. Next question, you know? like, yeah, it's pretty disorienting. Yep. Moving on. Anyway. Monika, I'm inside simulation, jackass, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought anyway, yeah. Okay, moving on. I hope that answered your question. Natsuki, what do you think of having a buff Suki as your companion, maybe a cooking partner? Would you like to be a buff Suki? Why or why not? Enjoy to see your overall thoughts on the fan-made buff Suki character. She's definitely a cool fan character and or meme. It would be interesting to meet buff Suki, that's for sure. Yeah. like in the Do You Lift Club, like since so mentioned it. Pretty good about giving my opinion on the emails and the actual response to the characters. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'd have to ask her how she got so swole. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every single day. Yeah. Not sure, but Wait, was that a One Punch Man reference there? It was, yeah, that's what I thought. That's just an exercise routine, and isn't even a particularly strenuous exercise routine. uh, as I recall, the cyborg's reaction being, yeah, it's been a while since I watched that anime. Anyway, moving on. I'm not sure about having her around as a companion or a cooking partner, though. Especially if she's some kind of like angry Hulk type. And I definitely wouldn't want to be her regardless. I kind of like being small. It has its advantages. Plus, it's just who I am, you know? Actually, I'm not sure I'd want to have her around anyway, even if she's just normal me in a buff body. I probably don't want to know how irritating I seem from the outside. You know we love you, Natsuki. You're not denying that I seem irritating. Next part of Connor's email. Just dodge the question there, or implied question. MC, so far, while being with you guys, kind of, I don't recall seeing or hearing anything about you talking or worrying about your future, besides having a relationship with Sayori. So, what are your plans as for developing your skills and strengths to form a good job life, i.e. career? If you have somewhat of a grasp on your goals and career capabilities, then I would most definitely like to hear them. Here spelled Here. Speedran the OG game the other day, and I found out that Sayori's death is way more disturbing when skipping because it just zooms in on her hanging head for 6 seconds. I mean, yeah, you can see that. He's the angry Hulk type. Pasuki is a gentle giant, incredibly tiny Hulk. The credible Hulk. Natsuki smash. Yeah. It's for you, MC. You too, huh? You too, huh? Sorry. You too, huh, Connor? Everyone's always asking me this. Maybe it's a good thing we're in a weird time loop because I still don't really know. I guess my plan was always just to go to college and see what happens. I kind of figure something I like to do will jump out at me. I'm obviously interested in video games, but I don't think it's realistic to plan on having a career in that field. Plus, I don't really have any skills there. Sorry. Yeah. Or at all. I guess if I had my way, I'd work for myself, something where I could set my own schedule, and I'd like to, I don't know, do something tangible. Not some job where I'm pushing papers around and the effect I'm having on the world is really unclear. I like to be able to, like, produce something, I guess, so that when I've done a job, I can look at it and go, yes, I have made this. Does that make sense? I think that's a lovely dream, MC. Very old world. Yeah, I guess it is. I still don't have any skills that would let me do that, so I guess we'll see. Basically, I'm still trying to figure it out, Connor. Yeah. Why is MC being relatable? I mean, I'm sort of in the place of like, I don't really know what to do with myself for like forever. But I can also relate to the idea of wanting to produce something, wanting to create something, you know, and it's why I'm pretty pleased with the mods that I've created, the 7 mods and counting that I've produced, particularly some mods. I mean, I don't mind saying that Sayori Says No to Suicide and Doki Doki Storm are like my proudest creations. It's and you know, even though the like interest in DDLC overall has very generally been declining for a long time, so like whatever brush with fame there might be there is rather fleeting. I'm still pretty pleased with them, you know. I've gotten lots of positive reactions to both of those mods, you know, and to other mods I made too. But like other mods I've made are comparatively like kind of either throwaway mods, like very short, or I just feel like didn't age well, like TLC. I mean, people still like True Literature Club, but and I'm perfectly content to accept praise for it when people say they love the mod, or even if they say it was their favorite mod. I still feel like it didn't age well. It was my first mod, and yeah. Anyway, I'm just the point of that all that rambling is I can relate to feeling like I want to create something and be able to point to it and say I made this. I can be pleased and proud about that. You know, don't make content for others. Exactly. Yeah. You content for yourself, and if it gets an audience, cool. Exactly. No, that's. I mean, that's what I was going for. Like when I started writing TLC, I didn't even know it was going to be a mod. I just wanted to write Sayori a happier scene. You know, like where she doesn't, you know, doesn't have MC deal with her depression so badly, and you know and then make her feel like killing herself. You know, like I wanted to resolve that better. And then and that led into Sayori Says No to Suicide, and then Storm was me writing about a whole lot of just a whole lot of things that I found relatable about Yuri's character. Sort of writing about a lot of my own experiences in subtle ways through her character. So yeah, like honestly, I did for the most part like write the mods for myself. Although I mean, Sayori Says No to Suicide is still intended as a PSA for helping people. Like that was I really did. I wanted to give back to the community. Not just give back to the community. Just sounds like such a cliche. I wanted to put something positive out into the world, and help people out. Like that came out in 2019, right? I'd been in a moderator position for a year at that point, and I encountered a lot of suicidal people in the community. Like as I said, the DDLC fandom seems to attract a lot of like depressed and or otherwise troubled people, and creating an admittedly silly little resource for helping people deal with that sort of crisis situation. Just ultimately felt really rewarding to me. So as much as I do like to do my writing for myself, that mod I think was I think it's fair to say it was largely for other people. Sorry. Which is Smash Invite Letter. What do you think the MC's name would actually be? The story he chooses to make his real actual name be MC Michael Cera. So either name him Shuyaku or some incredibly Dutch name. Remember the game when I wanted to freak my friend out at a sleepover? Yeah. I would stay, but I gotta get up early. Bye. Okay, see you, Basement Child. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Cool. But yeah. Yeah, and my upcoming mod, Turquoise. Yeah, like it's hard. It's hard to know where you draw that line between how much am I writing for myself and how much am I writing for others, because I do feel like a lot of emotional catharsis. I think generally I like to use the word catharsis a lot. I feel a lot of emotional catharsis that comes from having an angsty situation and having it have a happy resolution. Like we were talking about endings yesterday, like sad endings versus happy endings. It's just I don't know. It's just the way I roll, I guess. I like to have a lot of angst in there and then have it resolve happily. So in that sense, I'm writing for myself because I like having that like there's some emotional catharsis that comes from being able to cry as well, but I think it just overall feels more uplifting if you can cry and then be happy about it afterward. You know, I don't know. That just seems to be the way I roll. Um, uh, hmm. Nelson kind of said that Doki Doki Rain Clouds and New Eyes don't show their thoughts in Act 3. I'm kind of curious. Funny you say that. There's a mod for you in that respect. It's called Doki Doki Storm. uh, Season 3 has a lot to say about endings. We'll look forward to that playthrough. Interesting. Looking forward to Turquoise. I enjoy a good Cyanica story. Yeah. Yeah, and and that's the other part of it. Like, because I'm saying, like, yeah, I'm writing for myself in the sense that I want to put that emotional catharsis, yada yada yada, but also kind of want to write for others in the sense that there's so little LGBT content in the DSA modding community, and seeing how much hostility there is towards my Pride mod, it kind of shows why. It shows kind of reinforce that. It's just kind of sad. I mean, because I've talked to a few people who said they want to make mods that have like same-sex pairings, but they're scared of the reactions to it. And seeing the reactions to the very public, very negative reactions to Gay Lesbian Club is, I think, unfortunately going to reinforce that, and I think that's sad. But yeah, like, so I really want to put a mod out there which puts all the focus on a same-sex pairing. It's going to be all about the romantic relationship between Sayori and Monika, start to finish. I think it might actually be the first of its kind in that respect, because I mean, like my other TLC, Storm, Serious is No Suicide, like they have same-sex pairings in them, but they're kind of like throwaway at the end kind of thing. Whereas like the Turquoise is going to be the first one, which is like that's what it's going to be about the whole way through. So yeah, could be I think it will very well be the first of its kind in that respect, and I think the community could use that. One that is hopefully well written, like not to not that I'm trying to be to brag or anything, or I try to remain humble, but I do put a lot of thought into my writing, and I want what I write to be meaningful and stuff, and yeah, like make everyone true to their characters, but have the relationship develop believably and stuff, and show how things could work between them, because I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna make me sound terribly petty. A big part of the reason I'm making this mod is just to spite Halle Babica, because he went on record very publicly saying a relationship between Sayori and Monika doesn't make any sense. It can't happen. Like he just absolutely ragging on me about my including a Cyanica relationship in True Literature Club. So I mean, I already had the idea for Turquoise rattling around in my brain for a while, but it was that comment in particular that was like, that's it, I'm making this now. just to spite Hallie. That's when I really seriously started working on writing it. That would have been like 2 years ago. He made that comment. Always had good ideas for DDLC mods. I mean, I'm a writer and co-owner of an indie game dev studio. Oh, that's neat. That's cool. Suck at coding, and I'm too embarrassed to ask my coworkers to help them out. Well, hey, RenPy RenPy is the coding language that's used to make DDLC. It's pretty fairly simple to work with. I actually made a guide to. You just pull this up here. It's pretty simple. Here, I'll just throw my guide into chat if you feel inclined to my DDLC modding guide. Boink. Yeah, I mean, it's making DDLC mods is fairly straightforward, It's simpler than you might expect it to be. And like, if there are any like complex coding things you want to put in there, there are plenty of people left in the community. You can still ask for help for that sort of thing. So you can if you wanted to, like, if you have an idea for a mod, and yeah, by all means go for it. Anyway, I was shocked when people think some relationship could never happen, unquote. Guys, have you seen who gets together in real life? Ha ha ha, yeah. You also don't really need to learn much coding on DSC. Anyone can do it after learning for 40 minutes. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. As evidenced by certain mods that I could name. But, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go use the washroom again because I've been talking so much. I've been drinking so much water. I need to go again. I will be right back. And I'm back. Yeah. Incidentally, I probably shouldn't have been singling out Halle Babico with that comment. I mean, he's not the first, and he's definitely not the last person to say that a certain ship couldn't possibly work. Whatever. People just have. Some people just have very fixed ideas of what the canon characters are like, or what canon even is, and even if it doesn't actually agree with what the actual canon is. So, you know, like everyone's entitled to their opinions or whatever. I just, I don't know. I've just generally been in that mindset of, like what? Someone doesn't like my gay content? Okay, I'll make the next one gayer. just throw a like. You didn't like the fact that I shipped these two characters together at the end of that mod? Then I'm gonna I'm just gonna make a mod which is 100% shipping all the way through. uh, that's just I don't know. That's just how I react to adversity, I guess. I don't know what that says about me. It's kind of funny how Dan himself ships Natsuri. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Anyway, moving on. Yuri, if you could pick one land animal and one sea animal as a pet, what would they be? And don't think too much of the practicality of raising certain sea life, since in a realistic setting you are not able to adopt most sea life as an individual. Just let your imagination run wild for this question. Is she going to pick the manta ray? She seemed really fond of that manta ray. What a wonderful question. The sea life is easy. I'm not sure if pet is the right word, but I'd love to have a whale companion. I love whales. They are so wonderful and gentle. It would be amazing to be friends with one. Failing that, an octopus. Oh yeah, octopi big time. Octopi are so wonderfully intelligent. I love them too. Yeah, I'd imagine I'd probably go for an octopus. Octopi are cool. They're surprising. They're frighteningly intelligent, actually. I've heard anecdotally, I mean, from Tumblr posts, there was a story about an octopus. Okay, there was an aquarium where one like fish were disappearing from one of the tanks, and they couldn't figure out why until they put a camera on it, and they found out that during the night, the octopus was climbing out of its aquarium over into the other one, eating a fish, and then climbing back into its own aquarium. And it timed this deliberately when there was no one around. Like it would there was a security guard who made regular patrol routes, and it waited until the security guard had passed to do it. Like it deliberately didn't want to be caught doing this. Time I see an octopus that stares to my soul. And the other story I heard was one time the handler of the octopus was fed. After feeding the octopus like didn't like one of the shrimp, like had gone bad or something, and it climbed out of its tank and threw the shrimp at the handler who was feeding it. And they thought which is interesting because not only it shows it's intelligent enough to know that like it knows who's feeding it, and like it knows to express it. Don't feed me this crap. But it also showed like a sort of almost human kind of angry reaction to it. Like what are you feeding me here? Octopuses are so smart but dumb at the same time. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Now, for the land animal, that's a trickier question. If it weren't so irresponsible, I think I'd say something like a big cat, like a lion or something. But instead, I'll go with a big Burmese python. Cool, very cool. Burmese pythons they're adorable. Yeah, especially the like albino Burmese pythons. Like they've got that bright yellow color. They're really neat. I I do have a bit of a fondness for snakes. I had a pet corn snake for 6 years. Um, yeah, sometimes I think of getting myself another pet snake. I don't know. Maybe I will. Um, Summertime's probably a good time for it. Wouldn't mind having a like a pastel ball python. Those are really pretty. And to give a 1-star review on Yelp. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. They're very large, lovable, friendly snakes. Good question, Connor. Group question 1. In the near future, I am looking into creating a DDLC mod about Monika and the player. It will have 3 to 5 long chapters in it. Any advice you guys got for where and how the story should go? Our time was cancelled, so that can give someone like me free reign to explore this theme. Yeah, Our Time got cancelled a while ago, but then again, I guess this mod, this would have been around 2021, right? That this season came out, I think, isn't it? Didn't it? Wow, yeah. You're in 2021, yeah. Yeah, when was that cancelled? It feels like it was a while ago now. Anyway. So, it sounds like you want to make a mod about Monika. That was going to be a really nice mod. Aw, poor Monika, disappointed at the cancellation of Our Time. I do feel like Yuri got the short stick in that mod. I played the demo for Our Time, and it's like this idyllic scenario where Natsuki has a good home life, and Sayori is no longer depressed, and Monika, gets to have all the interaction with the player that she wants, and Yuri only cuts herself a little bit. It barely leaves a mark at all. And I'm like, what? Why? I'm like, it's like the ideal amount of self-harm would be 0. Like, why does everyone else get the ideal story treatment, but Yuri is like, it's like that one Dilbert cartoon where they're like, the pointy hair boss is like, this year our goal is to have 0. This is the safety meeting. Like this year our goal is to have 0 disabling injuries. Last year our goal was to have 34 disabling injuries. This turned out to be a mistake. Like that's sort of idea. And yes, I'm aware of how egregiously problematic the author of Dilbert is. He did. I mean, he did make some very memorable comics back in the day. Yuri 10,000 years later . Less said about Scott M's the better at this point. Yeah. Basically, he's just a horrible person. Anyway, moving on. Really depends on what you want to write about. You should really write whatever story you think is interesting or meaningful to you. It is modding, after all. Yes, like I always say, you should write for yourself first and foremost. Don't worry about what other people will think. You need to write something such that when you have finished, you will be pleased, even if no other soul ever sees your work. That is the ideal. But since some of us crave adulation more than Yuri, make sure you're careful with your writing. Keep your characters believable, and make sure your writing is sharp and clean. Nothing ruins a text-based game more than lots of writing errors. Oh, and be sure to put in consistent effort. Far more mods get started than get finished. Yeah. I mean, that's the most important piece of advice, I think. Being able to keep at it. That is great advice, Yuri. Whoever made you say that is truly wise. Haha, yeah. What do you mean made her say it? Obviously that she came up with that idea all on her own. I mean, if anything, Dan Salvato made her say it. Because that's her line from the original game. Yes, of course, they have full volition, yeah. So it's important to put in a consistent effort and get at least a little bit done every day. Phew, we're getting through this email. Thanks for sending in so many thoughtful questions, Connor. Next part. Group question 2. Are any funny stories you guys have from this summer that you would like to share besides the events of the summer beach trip, of course? Anything that involves the player not being there? Interesting. Oh, great question. Anyone have anything they want to share from the summer? Yuri got really badly sunburned near the end of summer. Uh-oh. She was sitting outside reading and completely forgot about the sun. Her arms are really badly burned. Oh, her arms. Wait, were her arms really exposed? I mean, we have established that in club meetings canon, Yuri has a really bad self-harm habit, like very badly cut up arms. So I would be surprised that her arms would be exposed at all. I mean, exposed to get burned in the first place, and or exposed that other people would know about it. Dev earlier was actually just passing along the advice Yuri gave us back in 2021. Yeah, what a funny coincidence. What Mike said in this mod is truly genius. Anyway, moving on. They were like glowing red. So yeah, see, like so MC saw her arms. When would Yuri have been showing her arms at all? Yeah, you could feel the heat if you held your hand over her arms. Did that burn heal up okay, Yuri? Yes, it started peeling right before school. And, Yuri, you don't need to talk about it if it freaks you out. New topic. I'll tell my favorite story from the summer. Is that Yuri feeling relieved that Natsuki giving her an out? Accompanied by blushing for some reason. This was when we were at the aquarium. I was walking by an exhibit. Why is Sayori blushing all of a sudden? And who do I happen to see but Sayori and MC being all unbearably cute and shit? They were like, oh, come over here, look at this cool fish. And the other one would run it over. It was cliche, yet adorable. Anyway, I'm watching them go up to this one exhibit, and they don't know I'm there. It has these fish in it called kissing fish, and the fish are always bumping their lips together like they're kissing. And Sayori points and laughs, and MC laughs back, and then they whisper to each other for a while in a giggly way, and then MC pecks Sayori on the lips, and she turns red and starts laughing really hard. Friends, it was truly diabetic. I didn't realize anyone else was watching that. We weren't really paying attention to our surroundings, were we? We sure weren't. Still not quite done with this email. Let's keep this. Wow. Maybe I should mute to cough for a while here. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if clearing my throat is doing anything. Maybe it's a sign Maybe it's a sign that I'm rambling too much. Oh no. Too many tangents. Oh no. Still not quite done with this email. Let's keep going. Group question 3. Is Natsuki cute? She is. I'm sorry. Sorry, folks. Sorry, just a second. Okay, I'm back. Caught myself a snack while I was up. Sorry about all the interruptions. um, sorry, I'm just catching up on chat here. Circle has infinite tangents, huh? Father, no offense, but you've been saying my name wrong this whole time. Oh, okay. Please, by all means, let me know how to say it. This pause frame has photos taken seconds before disaster feel. Yeah. You about to fall through the ceiling? She could chat. Sorry. She could like chats on Twitch. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I got a snack while I was up. Yeah, my throat was just it's just refusing to clear, and hopefully it's better now. It's pronounced Siso. It's a very rare Egyptian name. Ah, okay, neat. Okay, I will keep that in mind. This year's Egyptian yeah. Okay, moving on. Is Natsuki cute? She is. Yep. Do I even need to say I'm not cute at this point? She's cute. Oh, Yuri's conflicted. She is, of course, cute. However, calling her cute reinforces the idea that her character is centered around her cuteness, and she quite understandably does not like that. She is much more than simply someone who is cute. She is also witty and insightful and an excellent judge of character and a good friend. She is honest and open and understands people well. Oh wow, Yuri's just really giving it to her there. And caustic. And sometimes very caustic, yes. But to reduce someone so complex and gifted to the single word cute diminishes her character. It reduces her to a stereotype. That's why she hates it so much. So while she is cute, she appreciates it if you don't make that the centerpiece of your interaction with her. Okay. Yeah, that's all true. Aww. Yuri and that buttock. I mean, just the fact that Natsuki was blushing through all that was cute in itself. Not to be reductive or anything. but you know, you can sort of see like the pause before Yuri said that, like she's conflicted about like yes, I want to say she's cute, but I don't. But I also know it bothers Natsuki when people say that. So yeah. Anyway, except I'm not cute. Get it straight. Yeah. Second to the last part of this email? Oh no. How long is this one? Okay. There are a few things I would like to point out regarding the recent events. One, I want to say congrats to MC and Sayori getting together. I send good luck and prayers that everything works out in the end for you guys and your future together. Two, I can see you, Yuri, having the potential for a very bright future ahead of you. Keep it up. You're doing fantastic. Three, Natsuki, stop smoking so much. It's ruining your health, and you don't want the side effects to manifest later in life. I don't care if you're immortal or not. 4, for MC, if you are unable to give at least some kind of rough sketch of your future goals, I suggest you take some time as soon as possible and start budgeting your life out. Kind of just get out a piece of paper and start writing things down, things you want to accomplish, places you want to go, etc. And don't use your perception of being immortal to keep yourself from taking on more responsibility. Okay, you're just straight up telling him how to live his life now. Giving him instructions of what to do. At least none of the parts have been like, Monika, I will now write 5 paragraphs about my love for you. Yeah. What are you, Connor's mom? Yeah, exactly. I'm giving us the point of no return warning, like a video game finale. Yeah. Alright. Heck of an email. Yeah, it was long, but thoughtful. Thanks for your well wishes. I hope things work out for us too. But I've learned that the thing you need to focus on are things working out right now. And they are. Yeah, live in the now. Seize the moment. Grasp the day. What, Carpe Diem? Exactly. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not sure what precisely constitutes a bright future in a computer simulation, but I suppose a fulfilling life is what I should hope for, and hopefully I will achieve that. You don't control me, man. I'll smoke if I damn well please, but if being potentially bad for me is noted. I knew that already, though, when I started. I just wanted to see what it was like. I think I know now, though. I guess the next challenge will be for me to quit whenever I want to do that. But I don't yet, so deal with it, I guess. That seems like a lot of work. Plus, I don't want to get too attached to future goals which I may or may not be able to accomplish, you know? Right now, I'm happy living life as it comes. I don't need to make any tough choices about what to do with my life just yet. If that changes because we disable the time loop or whatever, I'll have plenty of warning. So for now, I'm just going to live one day at a time. Yeah, relatable. I mean, I'm terrible at setting goals. I'm more process oriented than goal oriented. Which, I mean, it has pluses and minuses. The biggest minus being that like I just don't know what to do with myself, and my life kind of ends up feeling directionless. Oops. But it does. But it also means that I find enjoyment in some tasks which other people might find tedious. So I don't know. It has some benefits, I guess. Thinking of telling people how to live their lives. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. There's one more bit to this email. Hang on. No. No. Yikes, that's a lot, yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. This is this is funny in light of your comment you just made a moment ago, Deb, where you said in block capitals, Monica, I will now write 5 paragraphs about my love for you, and then we get this directed at Monica. TLDR, Monica, you are wrong for not wanting kids. Are you serious? I haven't read it yet. Oh no, this is going to be cringe, isn't it? Okay, here we go. We'll get through this together. For Monica, I am not sure how to put this in words that won't risk being offensive to you, so I shall apologize in advance before saying this. You can even choose not to read it if you don't want to, but I need to say it. I don't believe the path you are planning to take is a path that will provide you with everlasting happiness. I just hope that someday you make it to our reality and be with your player, because ruining your opportunities just because you're so afraid of death just doesn't seem like the Monica that I know. I mean, no pets, no spouse, and no kids. It is a perfect setup for a lonely, depressing, and meaningless life. Wow, okay. A life that no one should have to go through. You mentioned before that you wouldn't want kids at some point in your life, and I will tell you right now that your opinion is not a wise or smart one. Wow. Okay. Throughout my 19 years, sorry, so much life experience. Sorry. Sorry, I don't mean to come across as judgmental of the kids in the audience. I mean, just because I'm 41. Yeah, I would know. I'm 19 years old, exactly. Nothing wrong with being 19. Oh yeah, no, it's just like the dead certainty of not only knowing how their life should go, but having such certainty about how everyone else's life should go too. You know. Sure, the only thing Monica loves to receive more than a novel-length declaration of love is a lecture. Yeah, sure. But saying you need to have kids, that's the only way to have happiness in your life at 19 is Yes, it is indeed an moment. I mean, I have expressed my thoughts about this in the stream before. Like, you know, I would love to have kids. It would be cool to have kids someday. But, you know, only if the circumstances are right. I need to be with the right person. If the right person doesn't come along, I would rather be single than be with the wrong person. So like having kids isn't like really a driving need for me. I'd love to have kids. I think kids are amazing. I think they're adorable. In addition to being adorable, there's just a certain fascination in experiencing a million firsts through their eyes. I think I mentioned before that just from observing my nieces, my brother had two kids, like for them, like as babies, like the concept of gravity is a new thing. Like it's like, whoa, I dropped a thing and it fell. That's the most amazing thing ever, like just, which on the one hand, yes, it's adorable, but it's just a sign of how so just everything is new to them, and witnessing things for the first time through their eyes is an amazing experience, and being able to shape their lives is really cool. Because you're creating it's a new person. It's someone who's going to turn into a member of society and have millions of other firsts throughout their lives, and that's really cool. But it's not the be-all, end-all, most important driving force in my life. If I don't have kids, that's fine with me. Like I'm at peace with that notion. And like you don't have to have a relationship to avoid being lonely too. I mean, friends are cool too. Uh-oh. Oh, hello, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, BG Sweet. You got here just in time for the pages long email directed at Monika. As is par for the course in this mod. Good lord, what's happening there, Aurora Borealis? Yeah. We fed him tangent bait to give you time to return. Haha, yeah. They're still having this club meeting, yeah. How long do high school club meetings go for usually? About 1,000 to 1,200 lines of Renpai usually. Yeah. Episode 18, most of the episode, about 2,100 lines, is the club meeting. I mean, hour-wise in real life, and hours typical in real life? Everlasting is the optimal word in this email sign off. Yeah. Hey, it's Hey Chat. Hey, welcome to stream, Lord Casero. Anyway, yeah, okay, caught up on chat. What was I saying? Yeah, I was gonna say a friend, someone I know. Can't really say she's a friend anymore. Damn Andy Baxter. But someone I know put things in perspective for me a while back. Who she said that she's had plenty of romantic relationships in her time, and she hasn't kept in touch with any of them. Like after they broke up, they went their separate ways. Whereas she's had friends that she's had for years, for decades, like, and like in her view, friendships can be stronger than romantic relationships in a lot of ways. Just because you're single doesn't mean you're alone necessarily, Which, okay. Sorry, I was about to make a comment about turquoise, and then let's just say I touched on that theme in turquoise at one point. I should. Darn it! I'm getting baited into spoiling my mod. I'm not gonna say anything about that. But yeah. Friends are valuable, and sometimes, frequently, romantic relationships are overrated. I think, again, I'm not saying that I mean, don't get me wrong, like romantic relationships can be like super fulfilling and so on, but don't underrate friendships while in that process, you know? um, I guess I'm saying like whether or not you have a romantic relationship doesn't dictate or govern whether or not your life is fulfilling, whatever that means. You know, that's what I'm trying to get at here. I'm sorry, Dev. Why did you put this email in here? It looks like it was written by ChatGPT. So Monica can gently correct the viewpoint. So notice Monica herself went, "Yikes, that's a lot." Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Anyway. Okay, let's continue reading. Throughout my 19 years of living on Earth, by the way, that's canonically only 1 year more than than Monica has been around, because since she's 18 to start. Although, since this mod is also canonically, within the mod's canon, they're repeating a year. Doesn't that make them like technically 19 years old anyway? So like, this is a person who's the same age as her telling her that how she should be living her life. It isn't even someone who's older who's claiming to be older and wiser or whatever. Yeah. 19 years of living on Earth, and Monica's arguably lived longer since she lives in time. Exactly. Save it for a good 15 of them. Yeah. Anyway. Throughout my 19 years of living on Earth, every married couple I have ever known that that haven't had any kids have been utterly destroyed from the inside. What? Excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't know who you are, but you are emailer, but Mr. Emailer, but you're not in a position to judge what other people are thinking and feeling and how fulfilling their lives are. Like, I'm sorry, you're just not. Nobody's a mind reader. Utterly destroyed from the inside. Like, citation needed. I'm sorry. I have to assume that's an exaggeration. For that matter, actually reading this, I'm I'm starting to suspect I might know who this is, who wrote this email, from my interactions with people over the years in the community. Some of these comments are making me go, this feels familiar. I'm exactly 21 at this point, and 4 years since the base game release. With 0 of them being old enough to understand marriage and children. Oh, yeah. So right now she is 19 according to the perception of people in her world. 6 years of actual existence. I experienced 21 actual years of experience. It's scary when you recognize someone's writing style. Anyway. Utterly destroyed from the inside. Over time, the couple drifts apart, do their own thing. It's just so judgmental. Okay. Mainly because there isn't any single goal that both people work on together at some point. It all crashes down eventually, regardless of how well the relationship started. And right, and people who have kids, they just never break up, right? Like, that's just not a phenomenon that occurs. Okay, anyway. I guess over time, the people ended up hating each other, and worst of all, have realized that they have wasted so much of their lives because they neglected the opportunity to give their lives more meaning and responsibility. Kids allow couples to focus on a single goal in mind and become so much closer because of it, assuming other factors don't get in the way. So I greatly encourage you to go out of your comfort zone and get some experience with either animals and or kids before you cross over. Again, I feel like I need to reiterate, when you're creating a kid, you're creating a new human life. You're creating a new person who has their own life and own experiences. That's going to stretch out well beyond past the point that you die. Um, like talking about the kids as though they're some kind of tool to help you build your relationship with your partner, it feels weird to me, you know? It feels like you're neglecting the personhood of the kid, you know? Anyway, moving on. So I greatly encourage you to go out of your comfort. Oh, I've read that. Maybe own a pet. Maybe work in either an orphanage or do babysitting. There's so much more to life than just a career. That comment grinds my gears a bit. Like this is just there is so much more to life than just a career. That's just it's like PragerU bullshit. I'm just. I'm just reminded of there was a video. I can't remember who was it. Was it Sean or was it Big Joel or was it like one of those left tubers was giving a breakdown of the one of those bullcrap PragerU videos where um, you know going on about how feminism is doing a disservice to women and they they want careers because they think that's the only thing that's fulfilling, yada yada yada, and it's like um you're just kind of skirting over the fact that maybe they want careers because we live in a capitalistic society where you need money to survive. You need money to be able to pay for food and shelter, like the basic necessities of survival, and having some independence and having a job you can go to is like like a good thing, like because in that setup, because I don't know, like I don't know, it's just that whole notion of they're getting careers because they think that's the only thing that's fulfilling in life. Like, no, buddy, people get careers because they, as a means to an end. Not because, not like, it can be because the work is fulfilling, but a lot of the time it's not. People do crap jobs because they need the money, not necessarily because it's fulfilling. you know? User in the void indeterminate. Hey, sorry, I'm back. Had to work on something. Okay. No child-free marriage couples stay together though. That's definitely the definitely true part of this email. Haha. Yeah. Yeah, I know that's the other thing I was going to say. But yeah, like there do exist plenty of couples who have stayed together for plenty of time without having kids. Like, it isn't the most necessary component of a relationship. Well, I wonder if he'd be. I wonder if he'd be telling this to MC. No, surely not. Anyway. Kids allow couples to focus on a single goal in mind and become so much closer because of it, assuming other factors don't get in the way. So I already read that. Sorry. Promise me you do at least one of these before you cross realities. If you are scared of getting a pet because you know that it will die in the future, then you must most definitely need to overcome that fear. The animal will die eventually, so why not make its life so much better? That's all for that. Thank you so much for hearing me vent and rant about this, and I sincerely apologize if I have offended you in any way. It was just something that I had to get off my chest for a while, and now I am glad it is gone, and thank you everyone for answering my questions, comments, and concerns, sending love and support to each and every one of you beautiful bastards. Sincerely, with everlasting love, Connor F. Yeah, the beautiful bastards reference is definitely appears to be. I'm drawing a blank on his name. I mean, the name comes to mind, and I'm afraid of getting it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just double checking so I don't embarrass myself by saying the wrong name. For goodness sake. Phil yeah, Philip DeFranco, there it was. Sorry about that. um, is this the same? Is this the same guy that sent that other email, which I in season 1 that I noted? This is interesting. It has the beautiful bastards line, which indicates that he follows Philip DeFranco, who's a left leaning guy, but he also made a reference to Jordan Peterson, who is a very right leaning guy, and I thought that mix was kind of interesting. This whole thing feels like it's very much leaning in the Jordan Peterson direction. Because Jordan Peterson is very much all about traditional values, and enough of this woke nonsense or whatever. It's entirely unrelated news. Going to go pick up my spouse from the cool concert they got to go to tonight later on. Oh, okay. I'm curious what concert. What concert did they go to? Tori Amos. Okay, very cool. Very nice. I confess I'm not super familiar with Tori Amos. I'm at least aware. Anyway, the joke here is that spouse and I are childless. Yeah. Thus we get to do fun things because we have no children. Yeah. Not a huge Tori fan myself. Spouses though. Fair enough. Anyway, yeah, but yeah, it's weird. This is a weird mix. Like when it combined with the Philip DeFranco reference. I don't know. I think I get the feeling they're getting a lot of their influence from Jordan Peterson here. Oh well. Onto the mildly stated comeuppance. Yikes, that's a lot. I'll give you a minute to read it. Well, one of the couples I know that's been together the longest has no kids and they don't want any. They're very happy together and have been for years and years. They work on things together besides kids and their bond is very strong. I don't know, I haven't made my mind up to have kids or not. It's just something I have no intrinsic desire for. I mean, if I really do get out of here, I'll probably change my mind about a lot of things. But as to your last question, why not adopt an animal if it'll die anyway? If I don't adopt it, I won't get attached to it. And then when it dies, it won't hurt so bad. I guess that's one benefit of kids. You probably won't live long enough to get hurt by them dying. Unless you happen to be an immortal AI in the first place. I'm being depressing again. Thanks for your email, Connor. It was a very interesting one. Let's see what's next. Where are all your families at, bees? Oh, we get asked this a lot. Let's answer it. My parents work in another city. Oh, hey, we're getting more deep lore here. Getting backstories and everything. My parents work in another city, and I'm kind of a permanent latchkey kid. Lore, yeah. Excuse me. I think the simulation might be stuck that way. Yeah. Work in another city. That's I mean it's a typical like anime, well, anime or I guess dating simulator plot thing where the parents just aren't in the picture for no particularly explained reason. I guess, or she's yeah, they're just in another city, but since they're repeating the year because of the time loop, they're just permanently in another city. My friend in Boston now has a fiance who told him that children will never happen now. Anyway. They visit now and again, which means I have to revert all the changes I've made to the house. But it's just me and them. I'm an only child. My parents are around. They both have jobs that keep them working late. I have a twin sister, but she goes to a different school from me. One of those fancy boarding schools. What? MC as a fraternal twin? Are we going to get an introduction of FemC later on? A feminine MC, you might say. I'm sorry. This is funny. We're halfway through the mod, and this is when we find out that we're getting some FemC lore here. One of those fancy boarding schools. She's a lot smarter than I am, so she's earned it. His sister is nothing like him. It's true. I'm an only child. My mother passed away when I was very young. Oh. Aw. This is the first we've heard of that. That's sad. But my dad is still around, and he's really awesome. Suri's dad is the nicest guy I know. My family is complicated. My mom and my dad don't live together anymore. I have one older sister. It used to be that she lived with my mom and I lived with my dad. That was the stupid as hell arrangement they came up with. And now my sister goes to college. And she is also the only person Natsuki has total unironic respect for. Oh, that's not true. She's just the only person I let know it. Is that, some subtle flirting there? I have a large extended family, but only a few of them live with me. I have a much younger brother who goes to elementary school. Huh, really? Is that so? My mother is a homemaker. She's very traditional. My father, of course, is the breadwinner. And we also have an uncle that lives with us, my father's brother. He works at the same place as my father. Her uncle is cool, but he's kind of weird. No offense. Wait, did he... So... Natsuki's met Yuri's uncle? Like I say not too much, wait a second, I feel like something is missing? She has heard of him, okay. So Yuri's, I'm just looking over this to get it all in my head. So Yuri does have an uncle that lives with her. I'm just imagining how that factored in. Like, I'm remembering the birthday scene where Yuri was trying to get away from her family. You know what? Just keep playing. Yeah, I know. No offense. He would not be offended. He is kind of weird, but in a good way. Alright, good email. Let's move on. This question is for any gamers. So many games have been discussed, but I'm curious about what about Doom? No one played it. They got the making the soundtracks to the last two games, which are part of the reason it's popular. So Doom? You're talking about the original Doom, like from the 90s, or? Oh, it says the last two games, so probably. Yeah. Anyway, MC and Natsuki, it looks like you're up. I finished Doom Eternal now. Took a while to beat it on the hardest difficulty for me, but I got there. I love how fast-paced and mobile the play feels. Yeah, that's been my impression of it from like streams and gameplay videos I've seen. Yeah. Anyway, it's like a really twitchy Twitch game, if that makes sense. Anyway, I think it's a lot of fun. Although after like an hour of it, I have to stop and rest my eyes and thumbs, you know? What do you think, Natsuki? The longer the icon of sin is on Earth, the stronger he will become. Yeah, but what did you think of the gameplay? You can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars. Did you actually play the game? Nah, I just know the memes. Then she has to say rip and tear until it's done, right? First-person shooters are okay, but for the most part, they're just not my jam. There have been so many of them, you know? They all just kind of feel like slight variations in the same formula for the most part. There are some truly great ones, don't get me wrong, but mostly for me, This feels like I've been there, done that with FPS games now, I guess, but Doom does have some very tasty memes, so I appreciate it. Solid opinion, can't knock it. And she still didn't say rip and tear until it's done? Like, that's the one that... Just keep playing. She probably had some extended family and a birthday too, yeah. Are you going through all 5,000 emails? No. Okay, good. Yeah, same, exactly. Rip and tear these emails until it's done, yeah. That one's too obvious. She's only going to hit you with the choice lesser known memes. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. I haven't played Doom Eternal. I am aware the icon of sin is the final boss of Doom 2, though. That's the one which infamously is actually John Romero's head. Anyway, was it John Carmack? I don't know. It's one of the. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was Romero. One of the guys who worked on the original Doom. Yeah, moving on. I didn't understand any of that. Let's move on. Hello again, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. I have another romantic question for everyone. Sir, if these types of questions make any of you have uncomfortable thoughts or feelings, I know what it's like to have a romantic thought and feeling in my head and be confused about it. If any of you do, just go for it. You'll always feel better in the end. Promise. Ha ha ha. I see. I see what you did there. Oh, it's a Charlotte email. Oh, okay. I see. Knowing who wrote it, I could sort of see. I think someone's trying to be a little crafty here, who they're actually directing the message at. Anyway, my question is about your first kiss. How old were you when you had it? Who was it with? Where was it? How long did it last? How did it make you feel? Is she the one who asked about our feelings about children before? She is. How old I was depends on what you mean by first kiss. If it's like the first time I kissed a boy at all, like other than kissing my family on the cheek or something, it was MC when I was 7, I think. Oh, really? I kissed him on the forehead, and he kissed me on the forehead. We were playing Castle. I forgot about Castle. We used to pretend we were the king and queen of like a big kingdom, and we'd build a castle, and we'd pretend a bunch of our subjects were coming with complaints and gifts and stuff. That's a fun game. Yeah. If you mean the first time I kissed a boy, like, romantically, that was also MC. Really? But, I mean, Kenzo. Yeah, wait, yeah, I think she and Kenzo never kissed? We actually never kissed like that, just pecks on the cheek and stuff. First real kiss I had was the second morning after, I nearly ran Veronica's escape plan program. We were talking the night before and officially confessed and became boyfriend and girlfriend and all that, but then we were really tired and fell asleep right away. Fell asleep, you say? With me in the bed and him on the ground like I've told you. And which you are apparently still doing because you guys are so pure. Anyway, MC was laying on the ground still when I woke up and started to move around. But he must have been awake before me because as soon as I started shifting around, he got up and walked out really quickly. What were you doing? Brushing my teeth? You were preparing. You had it all planned out. I sure did. Well, I sort of came awake and got up before I fully realized MC wasn't there. I was kind of in a groggy haze, and then he walks in and he's got this look on his face. And he walks up to me with no hesitation and puts both arms around my waist and pulls me in and kisses me. Like he really kisses me for a long time. A really long time. I was terrified. You didn't seem like it. Anyway, it made me feel just incredibly tingly, and everything else in my brain shut off. It was just tingles. Same here, basically, except I was also scared out of my mind. I'm not sure why exactly, but it took a lot of courage to do that. Well, I'm glad you did. Hmm. Shows think he was not so subtly trying to provoke canon changes. Haha, yeah. Is Kenzo also a childhood friend? He is not. Well then, what does he mean? Well, what about Kenzo? Spoilers, sort of. Well, yeah. I mean, spoilers, sort of, indeed. I mean, are you planning to play the mod, CISO? I guess I should ask that question. See season 1 for more information. Yeah, there was a thing. There was a thing involving Kenzo that occurred. But when MC and Sayori were close to going out, Sayori had a depressive episode and started dating another guy to push MC away. Oh, okay. Well, I guess Dev kind of just dove right in there. That guy is Kenzo. Several events happen in this mod. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, there was a whole thing. Anyway, moving on. My story isn't nearly that super romantic. Yeah, I mean, Natsuki did allude to some boy that she was with before, and that she kissed some other boy. So, okay. Mine either. Who did you kiss? Why have we not heard of this before? This is a couple years ago, our time, long before I knew about the simulation, or before the player came. Everything was pretty normal back then, but I was still a hard worker who didn't really relax ever. Anyway, I was working as a volunteer to set up a school dance. And I'm going to refrain from comment. I'm just going to go on. And after it was set up, I was selling tickets, making sure trash got picked up, and just keeping an eye on everything, making sure everyone was safe, that sort of thing. And then while I was working, this boy came up and asked me if I wanted to dance. I told him I was working, and he said he knew I was working, that I was working too hard, and that I should take some time to enjoy myself. And then we danced. Normally I don't like dancing, and I especially don't like high school dances, but I had a lot of fun that night. And at the end of the night, to thank him, I guess, I just kissed him, just like that. Not really sure what it felt like beyond the physical sensation of lips touching. It lasted a while, and I certainly didn't hate it, but I also didn't feel any weird electric or tingly feeling like Sayori and MC talked about. Who was this boy? I'm not sure he'd want me to say. Nothing much came from that evening. I think I'll keep it a secret. Uh-oh. Something for future reveals, maybe. Plot twist, it was Kenzo. No, I'm kidding. I mean, Kenzo didn't seem to know any of them, so I don't know. Then again, he's probably just too focused on cars. Excuse me. See, she's perfectly straight. Haha, yeah. 8 a.m. right now if we didn't even notice time pass. Oh, okay. So you're 7 time zones ahead of me. It's coming up to 1 a.m. here. That would put you somewhere in, I don't know, Finland, or maybe Russia, or I don't know. Eastern Europe-ish? Yeah, exactly. Kenzo knows Monika, but only by reputation. Yeah, that was the impression I got. Or East Africa. Yeah, that thin slice of the world there. Anyway, moving on. I think I'll keep it a secret. Fine. I'll just tell my story. Northern Eastern Africa. Fair enough. This was also a couple of years ago for me. It was with Saburo, you know, that kind of tall guy. The one who's always carrying the green school bag. Yeah, him. Kissed him back when I was kind of weirdly in love with another boy. Oh yeah, that whole thing. Oh, so he he was the one that she cheated with then, I guess. I think I told you guys about it before, but I wanted to prove to myself that I didn't love that other boy, even though I totally did. Anyway, I kissed him here at school on a break. I kind of liked it. It was pretty quick. It made me feel like kind of a badass for doing it. Poor Yuri. I have not yet kissed anyone. Not in the way that you mean. But I would like to, someday, of course. She had questions for that too. Oh? And if you hadn't had your first kiss yet, no judgment, how do you think it'll feel? Do you know who you'd want to do it with? No need to tell who if you're uncomfortable, just if you know. And how would you want it to go? Location, time, level of intimacy, in relationship with person, etc. I see. Mrs. Natsuki is doing so right now. Oh, just the Lord of the Greenback. Oh, yeah, okay. You're short and cute. Yeah, right. I see. I have no idea how it will feel. I presume from my friends' experiences that it will be a pleasant experience. I have a few ideas for the sort of person I would want it to be with. Suffice to say, it would have to be someone I was very comfortable with and felt safe around. As for the setting, well, I'd probably be a perfectionist about that. Probably be. Maybe they'd surprise me by kissing me. I'm not sure how I'd feel about that. Ideally, I would want to be able to set the mood myself. Somewhere private and inside. Maybe with music and pleasant aromas. Probably in the early evening. I'm probably over-planning. Yeah. I definitely don't want to do while skiing, not skiing, you know? Yeah. And it won't actually go anything like that, but I can hope. Is this... Natsuki furiously taking notes. Let's see, there was one more part to this question. Anyway, I hope this doesn't make you feel bad. You're all really cool and deserving of love and compassion. Thank you always for being here for everyone. We all appreciate you and your interesting lives. Bonus question, would MC be comfortable cross-dressing for the club? Or at least just Sayori privately? He is a cute baby, he deserves a cute outfit and head pats from Sayori. Shaka. Interesting. What? Question seems pretty clear to me. Well, I definitely wouldn't for the club. I'm not into that kind of thing. Definitely not in public at all. What about just for Sayori? Why would Sayori want anything like that? Yeah, but what if she did, though? What if she really, really wanted you to? If she really, really wanted me to? I don't know. I have a hard time saying no to anything Sayori wants. Mostly. Don't worry, MC. I'm not I'm not going to ask you to do anything like that. This pause. On this pause. Yet. All about the atmosphere. Just the word atmosphere underlined 3 times with a question mark after on her notepad. Yeah. I commissioned a new sprite for this. Single thing is very cool. Props to you, Dev. Yeah. Well, that was a fascinating email. Thank you, Charlotte. I think we have time for one more. I was curious to know if any of the members had ever listened to any of Dan Barrett's work. I suffer from severe depression, and his music has been an immense emotional outlet and something to empathize with. Love you all, especially Monika. Oh, did somebody make you listen to a whole album again, Dev? I think when I sent this around, me and Sayori, Sayori and I, excuse you, me and Sayori ended up liking it most. I am not normally the biggest fan of this kind of jazz. I really like sadder jazz or torch jazz, but this was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. What did you think, Sayori? Sayori, did you like the Dan Barrett jazz? Oh, yes, I did. I can see why it would help you with mental struggles. It's very uplifting, and it's musically interesting enough to distract you. That always helps with me. It's good if the music has strong emotional value, whether negative or positive. Even if it's sad, it helps me focus on sort of an abstract sad feeling instead of my sad feeling. And if it's interesting as a piece of music, that's distracting in a completely different way. So yeah, it seems like good depression music. Yeah, that's an interesting way of framing it, by the way. Even if it's sad, it helps me focus on sort of an abstract sad feeling instead of my sad feeling. You know what? Maybe that is. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why I like writing these angsty, sad things. Like, I mean, in case I haven't mentioned it so far in this series, like I do experience depression. I do suffer from depression. um, but yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe something about experiencing that feeling through someone else's eyes, through some other characters. It just helps to process it in a different way, I guess. Like focusing on the abstract sad feeling instead of mine. That's an interesting way of framing it. Yeah, I like that. How dare you have incorrect grammar? I didn't. It was Monika who said that. Exactly. Anyway, moving on. Hopefully you don't need it too much. Alright, well I think that's all the time we have for emails today. There's just one more item on our agenda besides poem topics and so forth. I'm going to use the washroom before we go into the home stretch of this session, I think. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Excuse me. I gotta go do something for work. See you later. Okay, see you, CISO. Have a good one. Yeah. Sorry, it's taking extra long time there. Throat is really rough. I seems to reach this state by the time I reach the end of the Sunday stream for this series. I think it's doing the voices. I don't know. Doing different voices, I think, really takes it out of me. Like my regular streams playing other games, I don't have this issue. I don't know. Like maybe I should start reading everyone's lines in a dull monotone from now on. But yeah, I mean, going off on lots of tangents probably doesn't help at all. All right, let's power through this. Just one more item on our agenda besides poem topics and so forth. Last week, my choice. Oh yeah, the yellow wallpaper. Yeah, I actually did read that, by the way. I looked it up, downloaded it. I put it on my phone and I read it before bed. Yeah, it's neat. It was basically I'll just briefly summarize it. It's about like the point of view character is a young woman. I think she's a woman. I mean, it's never actually specified, but she has a husband. Anyway, she's suffering from some undisclosed ailment that is her doctor husband described as nervous depression. Was it? Oh shoot! What phrase did he use? Nervous something or other. Little bonus if you read it, you can see why it appeals to Monica. Hysteria? Yeah, pretty much. Like, say, I mean, this is like takes place. I'm gonna say it's sort of an old timey thing. It sort of feels like it's from 100 years ago. But yeah. Apparently they are of some means. They have some money because they're the reference to servants and so on. Yeah, and he's a doctor, and she's experiencing hysteria, as you say. He says there's nothing physically wrong with her. She's just he basically prescribes, you just need to get some fresh air, take your mind off things. And they rent out this spooky old house in the woods for 3 months over the summer. And she's basically confined to this really ugly room for the duration of that, which she hates, particularly because of this ugly yellow wallpaper that she's forced to look at every day. Late Victorian era, 1892. Yeah, so yeah, like 100 years, well, a little more than 100 years ago, I suppose. Like they have since found the cure for female hysteria. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's right. Locking the woman in her room and forcing her to not do anything for weeks on end. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's the desktop wallpaper. Yeah. No, she she's in this frustrating position of like he's very dismissive of her concerns, and he's very controlling, quite frankly. It's hard to say if there's anything malicious in his actions. I mean, she frames it as though, he's being loving, he's doing this for my own good, etc. Yeah, basically cooping her up in this place that she hates. And also forbidding her from writing. Apparently, writing is this big thing that she really enjoys doing. But he's like forbidding her from doing it because it tires her out. And the way she talks about it does sound like it does actually tire her out. So like, arguably there's kind of sort of merit in that observation. But the whole story has this framing device with that she's writing this whole thing as diary entries, and she has to do her writing in secret. She doesn't want her husband to find out about it. because he forbids her from writing. But yeah, there are a lot of references to the yellow wallpaper. It has these weird lines on it, which don't have any kind of organized pattern. And she tries following them, and they don't go anywhere. And she's sort of driving herself mad trying to follow these lines. And then at some point, I think she actually does go mad because she starts like. It sounds like she's. It's hard to know how much of it is metaphorical. Like it seems like she's hallucinating. She sees this other woman trapped in the wallpaper, and then and then it finishes with her like just straight up tearing the wallpaper off. Like she locks the door, locks her husband out of the room. Like him pounding on the door to get in, and she just tears all the wallpaper off. And then in some way she seems to conceptually interpret this as her freeing herself, getting rid of the wallpaper. There's a lot to process there. I'm not 100% certain about the meaning, to be honest. I read it like last thing before I went to sleep last night, so it was like, you know. Natsuki author insert. Haha, yeah. Book has an unreliable narrator for sure. Exactly. No, unreliable narrator is part of the deal here. On a lot of levels, like one in the sense that, you know, maybe her husband isn't actually being as loving as she's claiming he is. I mean, the fact that she's afraid of him finding out that she's afraid of a lot of things. Like she's afraid of speaking up to him, you know? She's afraid of expressing her thoughts and feelings and like what she wants or needs, because he consistently like is very dismissive of basically anything she says and any request she makes. And there's also, you know, maybe unreliable narrator in the sense that like keeps talking about this woman she keeps seeing. I'm sure the club has lots of great thoughts about it, and we'll get a super good literature discussion. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to express that I had read it and want to give my own thoughts before we see what the club has to say about it. Okay, moving on. Last week, my choice for a club activity was to read the yellow wallpaper. Did everyone read it? Yes, I did. It was delightful. I thought you might like it. We'll talk about it in just a second, I promise. Did everyone else get through it? Yep. It was a tough read, but I got through it. I didn't find it to be a tough read, personally. Well, I mean, it does have a bit of old-timey English in it. But, so, I mean, I was okay with it, I guess. Sayori? Sayori, did you read it? Sayori? Yes, Monika, I read the damn book. And it's typically Monika-focused story. Everything has to be about you, doesn't it? Absolutely everything. Even things that are supposed to be literary for the club have to be all about poor Monika. It's not just infuriating, it's disgusting. It's weak. Sayori, it's just so typical. The only pain that counts is yours. We all need to focus on you. Everyone, look at how hard she has it. She wants a thing she can never have. The way the world is makes her sad. Sorry, step back. No, MC, not now. Well, hey, Monika, guess what? Do you know what makes me sad? Do you? You make me sad, Monika. You literally forced me to be sad by directly controlling my mind. And you made Yuri insane she killed herself. And you tried to do the same thing to Natsuki and ended up just killing her directly. And when Tomi got tired of it and deleted you, you committed to going away and then didn't. But still, today, even now, you expect us to dwell on how hard it is for you and talk about the artistic value of your huge wistful angst as you stare out a window. And I'm honestly so done with it. It's infuriating. You're the most egotistical, selfish, sociopathic person I've ever met. Just being around you and hearing you talk for more than 10 seconds drives me crazy. And I am done. I'm done. Wow, easy there. Let's calm down a little. I am not coming down, not this time. It's always me who has to be okay with her when she's like this, never the other way around. She can always just conveniently ignore me or change me on her whim. Well, this time I'm not okay with her. And this is just what that looks like. Okay, yeah, understandable. I get why you'd be angry, but maybe let's tone it down just a tad. No, absolutely not. Um, maybe, maybe if we just, Siri stares icily at Yuri. MC, do you have any, no. Monika, can you come apologize or something? It's getting kind of, Monika? See? Typical. She can't handle even a little bit of actual adversity. Sayori. Monika? Shut down. Damn, totally bursting. Monocry. Yeah. I mean, there you go. I mean, I kind of had a feeling that you're so mad, but she looks so cute there. I was thinking that. I mean, it is kind of a pouty expression there. um, damn, totally bursting. Yeah. I mean, what do I even say about that? Like, I knew that it was this is building up to something here up to this point. I mean, I sort of figured like episode 6 of the season. This is the halfway point of the season. It was building to this. But yeah. What do I say about it? Like this clearly this is like all the feelings Sayori's had about this bottled up to this point, all coming out at once. There were a lot of healthier ways to express this. I don't know what to say. Like she anyway, let's just go move on. Monika? Monika, wait, come back. She's gone. Good riddance. She didn't deserve that. You went too far. You've let your own feelings hurt everyone. You don't control me anymore. You think she's still going to be able to go to the student council meeting for us? Probably not. I'll do it. I'm the vice president, so if Monika's going to run crying, I'll have to do it. You can't do that. You have no idea how to do that. You'll mess it up and ruin everything if you try. I just need to figure out where it is and when. So, where's Monika again? She suddenly fell ill, so I'm filling in for her. Okay, you know this is a very important meeting, right? We're contemplating some pretty extensive changes to the club, potentially. Of course. I'm fully prepared to proceed. And, yeah. That's about all I can think of. I see. Well, thank you, Suri, for coming in, especially as a last-minute replacement. No problem. We'll let you know our decision in an email shortly. I suppose we'll let you know, or... No, I'd say let Monika know. She'd probably still be the best person to contact going forward. She's just out today. Alright, well, thanks again for coming. You're welcome. So, did anyone get what she was saying? No. Oh dear. This feels like a series of Disco Elysium checks. Rhetoric, moderate failure, so, yeah. Did anyone get what she was saying? No? That's a bad sign, isn't it? No. She's a really nice girl, but she isn't that bright, is she? Yeah. Honestly, I'm a little troubled. By what? Well, originally I was going to just bust the literature club down to normal status, but... But you feel bad about it now? Yeah, taking advantage of Monica being gone and having poor Sayori unable to do anything in her place, it feels wrong. Here's what we'll do instead. Hmm? What are you? Are they talking about they're keeping the club in place just because just because they feel sorry for Sayori? Go on. Somewhere nearby, Monica is crying. Trimis, are you here? Did you come visit me because you knew I'd be sad? I know you don't really have a choice in the matter, but it makes me feel better to pretend that you do. Like, you knew I was having a bad day and decided to come by to help me. It's alright, I know that's not how it really is. I just want you to know that it gives me that much strength to have you around. Monica's silent for a long time, her crying isn't audible, but tears are running down her cheeks. Yeah, I have things to say, but maybe it's best if I just hold off until the end, until the end of the session. Well, okay, never mind. Maybe I'll just say it now. I'll say a few of them now, at least. I did comment earlier at the end of season 1 when Sayori is carrying out her whole lobotomy program thing. I did find it interesting that she lobotomized and muted MC, Yuri, and Natsuki right away and shooed them out of the room. But she let Monica keep her mind for a moment longer before finally doing it to her. And I kind of wondered, about that. If there was some, some reason, some lingering feeling there toward Monica that that prompted her to do that. And like there are differing theories about why that could be that she did that. Like it could be just for the sake of coming full circle, because when the Monica brought the game back, she brought Sayori back first. So just the two of them being in the same room again like that is it's like there's a rhythm to it, like it rhymes or whatever. So there's that aspect of it. And there's also you could consider like maybe there was some special connection for them, like friendship wise. Maybe that's why she wanted to have some last words with her. Or there's another interpretation that's more along the lines of this here, where it's like, well, maybe Sayori deep down, as much as she tried to be okay with everything, like for the entirety of season 1, and she super like really resented the fact that Monica did that to her, and some part of Sayori kind of reveled in the fact that she had the opportunity to do it to Monica this time, and and just modify her. I gotta go pick up Spouse now. Will be spotty availability for the end part of the stream. Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, there'll be a VOD. But yeah, if you have to go, by all means. Thank you for sticking around as long as you could. I get the feeling we're heading to the end of this episode here. So Yonica explorations, haha, yeah. But yeah. I mean, yeah, I think maybe, particularly in light of that last outburst there, Sayori has a lot of resentment towards Monica for, intensifying Sayori's depression, for sure. I do have to point out there's a lot of hypocrisy in what Sayori is saying, though. She's saying, like, why do we have to center your depression? Like, why does it have to be all about Monica's depression here? When, like, Sayori, everyone has been trying to make you talk about your depression for the entirety of season one. Especially MC has been, like, really pushing you to center your depression. Like, you know, um, in a weird sort of way, this could be interpreted as, like, Sari being envious of Monica, being able to express her, being able to express her sadness when Sayori doesn't feel like she can. Like, like Sayori feels like she has to put on this happy front constantly. Um, you know, it's like it's kind like it makes Sayori's complaint here kind of nonsensical. Like like going on about, like, why do we have to center your pain all the time? Like, why does everything have to be about Monica's pain? It's like, Sayori, like, you are free to make your pain the center of attention anytime you want. In fact, all of your friends would like you to help you deal with it and stuff. Like, everyone's been encouraging you to do that since day one, and you've been stubbornly refusing to. Like, that's your choice. Like, why direct all this frustration at Monica about the fact that she's doing it when, you're. I don't know. Anyway, let's move right along here, I guess. Because I have the option to remain silent. I can say, you did not deserve that. I mean, okay, like, the question of deserving I feel like, is a really loaded question to begin with. Um, I'm not, yeah, I'm not altogether pleased with the whole concept of deserving. I mean, that's part of my own baggage, because, maybe too much disclosure time, because my parents particularly were talking about how I, deserved certain things. um, um, I mean, I don't know. I've got personal hangups about that. I guess I could. I might mention before. I might as well say it. That my parents were abusive towards me while I was growing up, including, like, violent physical abuse, and including many instances of telling me I deserved it. Yeah, so I've got some serious hangups about the whole concept of deserving, you know, and which, by the way, I touched on a whole lot in Doki Doki Storm, the shameless plug and stuff. Um, um, in the mall scene where Natsuki's trying to impress upon Yuri that she didn't deserve to be hurt, and how Natsuki's dad would tell her that she deserved to be hurt, and it took her a long time to figure out how to deal with that. That was that was basically me writing about my own experience with the whole concept of deserving, and I intended to expand on that more in the Storm sequel. Incidentally, Storm 2, if it ever gets written, is basically going to be all about like Natsuki's abusive situation. And the complex feelings that arise from that. Because, like we said, um, write what you know, and like your writing should, you should write for yourself, and uh, um, 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 all that stuff that we already mentioned earlier in the stream. Um, and what am I trying to say here? Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm just basically trying to get at the like, I don't like. I mean, definitely don't like that option, but like I don't like either of the deserve options really. Because it's not a question of deserving. It's more like things happen that led to other things happening. It's just sort of cause and effect. um, like Sayori didn't deserve to have her depression intensified, but then Monika didn't deserve to to be put in this position of like existential dread and stuff in the first place. Uh, like Monika being deleted at the end of the original game wasn't because she deserved it. It's more like it's kind of really just the only way to break out of that pattern of what was going on. It's yeah, I don't know. It's not about. It's just not about deserving. Like the whole question of it just doesn't sit well with me in general. I would rather solve problems than place blame, just on a very general level, as much as is possible. But yeah. Anyway, Monika's silent for a long time. Her crying isn't audible, but tears are running down her cheeks. I'm going to go with the series just volatile right now option. Yes, that's true. But ignoring her tone, she wouldn't have said all that if she didn't feel it. And it's Sayori, so if she feels it so much she needs to say it, she feels it a lot. And after all, she's right. All those things she said, not a single thing was wrong. It was really angry, but she had a right to be. It's just hard. Thought I was finally moving past all that. Trying to grow as a person, and I know I deserve this, but like she said, I'm selfish. I make everything about me, and right now I just remembering all that makes it hard to move on from it. Yeah, and yeah, this is part of why I'm not fond of the whole question of deserving, because like regardless of the questions of what is deserved or why or how or whatever, I mean, life goes on, right? I mean, regardless of how you parse out the reasons for what Monika did or what Sayori did or anything, they're presumably going to still go on and still like they still have this reality that they live in. They still like work together as friends and so on. Like this is going to be a really difficult rift to bridge here, like to be able to like I mean there's still 6 more episodes in the season, so presumably they're going to come back together as a club, in some way, shape, or form. Um, you know, dependent on how the results of the student council thing go. You deserve this. Just kidding. Yeah. Okay, hi, mobile viewing time. Which dialogue we pick? Oh, I picked the series really volatile one, and I'm just talking because the other two options were about either you deserve this or you didn't deserve this, and I went on a long rambling tangent about I'm not I don't like the whole concept of deserving. And I tied it to my own, experience with domestic abuse and being told I deserved to be punished, and et cetera, when I was growing up. So, I mean, that's my own personal frame of reference for it, but I just, I also just generally don't think it's constructive to talk about deserving. Because, like, because this is why. Right now, just remembering all that makes it hard to move on from it. Um, like hammering it into Monika that this is you did this bad thing and you deserve any suffering you get from it. It's not constructive. It just it like life goes on. She still has to big of true base. Yeah, she like she um I mentioned before, like I once had a psychology professor who liked to say guilt is the most useless human emotion, because it more often it makes you like fall into self doubt and self blame than actually motivate you to do good. Like I'm not, which is not to say that guilt can't motivate you to do good. Like it can, but it's not the most helpful way to go about it. It's not the most. Um, Seems to be a great ethos to base a career around. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, well, you know, the utilitarian in you. I know you. Uh, uh, I'm sure wants to find what's constructive and not get so hung up on placing blame and who deserves what, but trying to solve the problem instead. We haven't decided, but the expressions and artwork are on point in this episode. Yeah, 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 pretty cool. um, yeah, um, but yeah, like Monica getting hung up on deserving suffering makes it hard to move on and just get on with her life. And the life goes on regardless of what you feel. So like getting hung up on guilt ends up not being constructive. Uh, and you need to, on some level, like at some point, on some level, you need to figure out ways to yeah, to continue on, hopefully make up for it. I mean, this is something that it's like how do you make up for this? You know, like how do you make up for it? I mean, how do you move forward from this? Like, it feels like it feels callous to say, oh, well, let's just pretend it didn't happen. But like there's at the same time, um, there's no way to actually fix what happened. I mean, like, would it make Sayori feel better if Monica modified herself to be depressed so she can get some perspective on what Sayori experienced? Um, and the answer is it probably wouldn't. I mean, I don't see that as something that Sayori would get satisfaction out of. I don't think she's like that vindictive. Like her whole thing with her whole lobotomy program was she had this idea of, well, maybe I can at least make people happy on my way out, or at least stop them from being sad. Excuse me. Did Sully prefer Just Since MC Sayori Festival CG to this one? Yeah. Yeah. It's it was yeah, it was that was a pretty cute CG. She's already made amends as best she can. Yeah, I mean, like what more can she do? Like how much does she have to apologize? Um, and like Sayori doesn't owe her forgiveness. Like Monika did some really horrible things to Sayori. Monika knew that Sayori was depressed, and instead of helping her through it, she made it worse, up to the point of killing herself. And then Monika laughed about it, and and in this session wrote a poem about how happy she was about it. um, you know, like from Sayori's perspective, like Sayori doesn't owe Monika forgiveness. Um, like you don't have to forgive someone who abused you in order to move on. Um, like there is this fallacy out there that, oh, you have to forgive them in order to move on with your life. No, you don't. Um, I mean, but although in this particular circumstance where they're going to be continuing meeting every week, and Sarah's the vice president and Monica's the president, therefore they have to work together. Um, that's going to make things difficult. Um, so it's difficult to imagine what a resolution to this conflict looks like. I guess is what I'm getting at. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, like Sarah doesn't have to forgive her, but it's otherwise. Regardless, it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I'll just. Also, they are really close friends. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Right now, just remembering all that makes it hard to move on from it. Or bringing it up again just plunges me back into all that despair, and not only of what I did to everyone, but the way I felt that made me do it. All those awful, horrible, familiar friends that kept me company for so long. I suppose I should thank you for listening to me at an event. I'm honestly trying not to feel so sad about it, but I just have no idea what I'm going to say to Sayori. I wish I knew how she felt. I definitely need to apologize to her again. Oh, I have an email. Oh no, another email. Hang on. Well. Yeah, I had to feel it. To Monika, Sayori, MC, Yorinosuke, Student Council Group, Literature Club status. It will occur effective immediately. Change will be the Literature Club will be required to have a faculty advisor / sponsor per school policy. Oh, okay. Is this a way of bringing Miss Ida back into the mix? The emails followed her home. Yeah, exactly. Volunteer advisor has been selected and will join the club at its next meeting on December 9. December 9? Is that where we are in the timeline? Okay. Advisor is chemistry teacher Miss Ida, who may be reached at room S304 or the following email address. Well, this is unexpected. Connor saw her response. Yeah. Oh, geez, the worst email by far. Yeah, is Monika aware that Sayori sat in for her? I mean, she just, I mean, did Monika just go straight home after that meeting, or what? Yeah. I'm going to need to think about this. I guess the real question is, should I talk to Sayori about this? No, I probably need to talk to her about the other thing that happened today first. That's more important. But I'll also need to talk to Masaida and to all the club members. It's going to be difficult stopping her from figuring everything out in the long run. That'll be really distressing for her. Well, that can all wait for tomorrow. And the break week we have coming up. For now, I need a rest. It's been a long day. I'm really grateful that you spent time with me this evening, Tormuse. So yeah, still 2020 here, barely. Good question. She doesn't seem that shocked. Yeah. Ooh, this is a neat song. Okay, really took that in stride. Yeah, I mean, she probably expected this coming, something like that was coming. I mean, it was Miss Ida already made an appearance in the club and was already meddling, so she probably had a feeling this was coming. Oh, hey, look, there's a cat. Stupid, that was so stupid. I ruined everything. I'm the worst, the worst. Did you see the email from the student council? Yes. Are you alright? No. But I don't need you to come over or anything. I'm safe. I just need some time to myself. Alright, none of this is your fault and I love you. I love you. It was your fault, though. Yeah, but I still have to Monika. I was right about that stuff. Maybe, probably not. All this newfound confidence. And I... Now Sayori gets the black text box. What was that comment that Dev made earlier about rain clouds being transitioning to another or being a regular character or whatever? Suddenly thought I could never be wrong, and so I weren't usually wrong about everything. It's strange. I don't feel worthless or suicidal. I guess that means I'm getting better. But I do feel really bad. Oh, coping skills. I'm supposed to use coping skills for this. Sarah takes several deep breaths. You're fine. You're a good person. Things seem worse than they are. Your opinions are good and worthy of respect. You shouldn't doubt a feeling or belief you have just because it comes from you. You're not garbage. You're not garbage. You're not garbage. You're not. You're a good person. Really. It feels like a joke. And what if it's actually wrong? What if I actually am a terrible person? Maybe I'm just fooling myself. What if I really do just hurt people around me? Objectively a bad person like I've always thought. That's all for this week. Wow, okay. Monica really took it straight. She wants to chill with Miss Hyde. Rain clouds is her all along. The rain clouds are coming from inside the house. To invoke that meme. I mean, yeah. I mean, like the rain clouds are a part of her. Like, I mean, this is stuff I talk about in my own therapy sessions about, like different parts of myself. Like I think we all have, competing, conflicting objectives and thoughts and feelings and so on that kind of swirl around inside of us, and different people have different coping mechanisms for dealing with that, and some are better than others. Some are constructive, some are just destructive coping mechanisms. So yeah, like the rain clouds, are part of her. In the previous scenes where it shows Sayori and she has all those, she does have those other parts of her, like jealousy pops up, or love pops up, or like different aspects of herself keep popping up. um, this could be like a manifestation of she's trying to integrate the rain clouds into herself, but maybe not doing it in the best way. uh, I mean, like, blowing up on Monica the way she did is, I'm gonna say, I think fairly objectively not the best way to bring all that up. I mean, like yes, her feelings are valid. Like, it's absolutely valid that she's angry at Monica, but dealing with that by like yelling at her in front of everyone is probably not the best way to express that. I mean, she could have let Monica know that she was sick of her centering her pain and so on in ways that weren't, like, for one thing, like publicly humiliating, like yelling at her in front of everyone, or even yelling at her at all. I mean, like, not to engage in tone policing or anything, but there are better ways of expressing that. For one thing, um, criticisms that start with "you always do this" or "you never do that," um, those generally come from a very emotional place, and they come from a very judging sounding place. Um, as soon as you start using language like "you always do this" or "you never do that," um, that is in itself a sign that you're losing objectivity, because nobody always or never does any particular thing. People are complicated. Everything is sometimes. Um, This actually would have been worse, though, if Sayori hadn't shown up to the meeting. Council comprised out of pity, secondhand embarrassment. This is meant to be personal growth from her throughout the season. The things the voice has been telling her have been mild, even healthy self-doubt. And now that in this scene, she comes to see the boys as herself rather than the externalized force. The boys. I guess the boys referring to her, or the other parts of herself. Yeah. I mean, now, yeah, like this, hmm. It can be helpful, like, in processing things that you're thinking and feeling, like, especially like really difficult thoughts and emotions. It can be helpful to, like, mentally, conceptually break down those parts of you and think, okay, this part of me wants to do this, and this part of me wants to do this, and figuring out how to reconcile those. Um, so, like, in that respect, like, externalizing those aspects of yourself can be helpful, and arguably Sayori has been externalizing that aspect of herself since day one, like since the original game. She referred to them as her rain clouds. Um, um, and yeah, basically, she's trying, like she's trying to integrate those rain clouds in a way which might not be the best way. Um, the voice, sorry, text to speech. Okay. She sees the voices herself, I think she does. Yeah. Also, she is now having to learn that some self-doubt is good. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah, like this is, yeah. Yeah, having to learn that some self-doubt is good. Yeah, pretty much, because this scene here is, yeah, like these are the things that she wanted to say for a long time, but she always stopped herself because she was like, uh, she was always in this mindset of I have to be happy, I have to be happy, I have to make everyone happy. I can't say the things I'm really feeling. Um, and it finally came out because she's taking the lessons she learned from therapy and applying them in maybe not the most constructive directions. Like here, when she goes, "Oh, coping skills. I'm supposed to use coping skills for this." This is like this is clearly something her therapist told her. Taking several deep breaths. I get the feeling the therapist gave her breathing exercises to do. You're fine. You're a good person. Things seem worse than they are. Your opinions are good and worthy of respect. Like these are. I get the definite feeling that these are things that her therapist talked through with her and probably encouraged her to give herself some positive self-talks to counter her usual negative self-talk. I mean, the fact that she goes, "You're not garbage. You're not garbage. You're not garbage." The fact that she had to develop this mantra in particular probably it just seems to imply that her usual self-talking is her telling herself that she's garbage. Okay, back to driving. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, Enrique. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, please, by all means, Dev, focus on your driving, please. Don't let me distract you. um, but yeah, she's these last few lines here. She does seem to have some self doubt creeping back in there. Yeah, but is she feeling better? Uh, is another question that comes to mind. I'm back. Oh hey, CISO, welcome back. uh, did you, did you miss that whole outburst and everything? When were you here last? I've always forgotten. Anyway, we as is characteristic of this mod, this session seems to have missed all of it. Okay, it has a bit of a downer ending here. That's all for this week. The club is next week off, so we'll see you again on December 9. Don't forget to email. That would be December 9, 2021, I guess. Wait, was it 20? Is it 2020 or 2021 at this point? Anyway, don't forget to email your request to the club. Special thanks to for letting us use the Vaporware Sayonara theme. Okay, I guess that's what's playing right now. So the stakes for the Monika CG. The rest of the cards can be found in the Cresta.txt file. See you next time. Still 2020? Okay. Yeah, that tracks. And I'm gonna save it. Yeah, okay, so that was a rough ending there. But I mean, most of these have rough endings. But that's Dev playing the long game. That was episode 18. Seriously though, like practically every episode of season 1 ends with "and now Sayori is sad," and this one's no different. Only with an extra edge of now, like everyone's really edgy and uncomfortable. Because what the heck just happened? I had to work on the ending of the game I was working on. Finally finished after a year. Oh, okay, cool. Congrats then. But yeah, I'm sure this is building to bigger and better things, and it's things are eventually going to work out. I mean, there's a whole other season after this, but I kind of following the pattern of season 1. I mean, episode 6 of season 1 also ended with a big cliffhanger reveal down earth kind of deal. So I kind of suspected something like that might happen in this episode. Vindication, I guess. Yeah, interested to see how this plays out. I'm looking forward to next week's episode. I'm gonna continue, Saturday and Sunday as I've been doing. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I guess see if there's anyone worth rating. I'm probably just gonna end it, but I'll take a peek anyway. Yeah, I think let's just see who else is playing Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah. There are 2 other people playing DDLC, and I think they're playing the original game. I wouldn't if I was gonna rate someone, I wouldn't mind rating someone who's playing a mod. If I rate someone who's playing it for the first time, and then I have to restrain myself from giving any spoilers and stuff, like it's I don't know. I'm just usually not in the mood for that these days, So I guess that's it for this week. Thank you everyone for watching. Yeah, I'll be continuing with episode 7, or episode, I guess it'll be episode 19. Episode 7 of season 2, episode 19 overall. We'll be continuing with that next week, on Saturday at some point, probably in the afternoon. I'm bad at planning these things. Thanks for seeing. Yeah, see ya. Have a good one. That's all for now. Until next time.